welcome you to Houston, downtown, where the Astros will take on the second-place Seattle Mariners in the first of a three-game series, wrapping up this six-game homestand coming out of the All-Star break. Astros at 62-30, the Mariners in second place in the division, one game under 500. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Todd Callis alongside Jeff Blum to another night of Astros baseball on AT&T Sportsnet. And Blummer, when you look at this homestand, it was a nice way to kick things off with a win of the series against Minnesota.
First of all, you look at it. Welcome back. But, yeah, it was good to see the Astros win that series against the Minnesota Twins. We saw them bomb them early in the first game, and then they came back and created that win yesterday with their legs.
When you look at this Mariners team, they're talented, but when they come into this building, they have not fared so well.
No, the Astros have really done a good job of taking care of the Seattle Mariners, and I know they've made some alterations, the Mariners have, trying to compete in this American League West, but early on it's been all Houston. You see dating back here all the way back to 2014, they're averaging 5.5 runs. They continue to drive the ball well. They have a high OPS against these guys, and for whatever reason, when they eventually get to Safeco, they even put up even better numbers out there sometimes, it seems like.
And when we talk about post-All-Star break of the All-Star Lance McCullers.
Yeah, Lance looks like he's back in form, and we keep hearing how he's happy, he's healthy, the back injury has gone away, but he's shown it with the numbers too, and he's also a pretty good matchup against these Seattle Mariners. They do not hit the breaking ball that well, really middle of the road as far as Major League standards at 221 against the breaking ball. They do hit the fastball well, but we know that Lance is very heavy on that breaking ball because it's good.
The McCullers gets the start tonight for the Astros. He'll be opposed by Ariel Miranda for the Mariners. George Springer will be the topic of Julie Miranda's talk when she comes back, as Springer will lead off tonight once again.
Second half of this homestand, the Seattle Mariners in town. Astros 7-3 against the M's so far this season. This Astros lineup giving the Mariners starting staff a lot of troubles, including the leadoff hitter, George Springer, who has 17 career home runs against the Mariners. 4 of those coming against tonight's starter, the lefty Ariel Miranda. He has 4 homers, but 3 of those have been this year, 2 of them from the leadoff spot. So George getting after Miranda when he can, and that's an 11 at bats, small sample size, but it doesn't mean that both George and Miranda are both aware of what's happened in the recent ABs. As the manager said, he's seen pitchers adjust this year. They become more tentative with him. That's not just for Springer, but that's for the top of the order as well. And it's led to some debates on whether Springer should swing at that first pitch or not. We will see what Miranda does against him tonight. He's our Shiner Light Blonde spotlight. And we're looking at Springer's season. This is what it's projected to look like. Impressive numbers so far already, but in 151 games, if he is on pace for 47 home runs, and the RBI over 100. That would be the best all time in those 2 stats for a leadoff hitter. A very special season he's having, and he's looking for his first homer of the second half. You have to look for that today. We'll be back with more. First pitch is around the break. Lance McCullers on the mound for the first time after the All-Star break as well. Stay right there.
On AT&T Sportsnet is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. And by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Astros 2-1 coming out of the All-Star break with a series win against the Minnesota Twins. The Mariners coming out of the gates winning all 3 of their games against the Chicago White Sox. They're on a 4-game winning streak as Brian McCann and Jake Marisnick and others get ready to start tonight's game. First of 3 with Seattle in town. And then Houston will go on a 3-city, 9-game road trip with a day off in between on Thursday. Lance McCullers Jr. will make his first start since the All-Star break. He was one of the 6 Astros All-Stars as he brings the team out to the field. A record in franchise history, 6 All-Stars. McCullers did not get in the game, but it was close as that game was tied late in Miami, and McCullers Jr. was ready to go. But he goes tonight against the Seattle Mariners, a team that he has pitched well against in his career. Here's the lineup that Lance will face today, with Scott Service as the manager drawing out this lineup card. Gene Segura up to 348. He has been red hot in the month of July. Ben Gamble has had a great year. Robinson Cano is the second baseman. Nelson Cruz the DH. Kyle Seager, Danny Valencia, Gerard Dyson, Guillermo Heredia, and Mike Zunino.
How about we take a look at some of the numbers for Lance McCullers, making the 4th start since coming back from that 10-day DL stint where he was having issues with the lower back. Seems to be just fine, and he has said so. The arm is electric. Fastball averaging 94.2 miles an hour this season. Throwing a lot of breaking balls. The hitters are hitting .204 against that curveball. Should be an interesting matchup again for him against the Seattle Mariners. It will be the third time he has faced them. The 2 previous starts, he has 7 and 8 punch-outs in both ball games. So looking to do a very good job here at home, where he is quite comfortable with a career 2.18 ERA.
It's kind of the blend of forces that point towards Lance McCullers Jr. having a good night, and then he has had success. You mentioned the strikeouts against this team. Last year, 10 and 8 in his 2 starts against Seattle. It's a team that has hit the fastball well, the Mariners, but with that trouble with the breaking ball, that seems to play into Lance's hand.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later as far as pitch usage, but we've seen that curveball be much more predominant against the Seattle Mariner team because of that breaking ball issue and some big right-handed hitters that they do have.
Good to be back with you, Blummer. It's been a while.
It has been a while.
And a new network in the interim.
A lot of things have changed.
Yeah,
huh?
how about
Yet
that?
They're still the same.
We are still the same. We are AT&T Sportsnet. And we are happy to bring you this game. Todd Callis alongside Jeff Blum, Julie Morales, the broadcast crew tonight. Gene Segura leads off by swinging the first pitch and hitting it on the ground for a base hit into left field. Well, McCullers is coming off a game in Toronto before the All-Star break in which he allowed a career-high 9 hits. And he allows his first hit tonight on 1 pitch.
Wasn't hit hard. Seattle Mariners hit the fastball, and I wonder if they're going to have that similar approach to try and ambush the fastball early from Lance.
Here's Ben Gamel, 323 on the season. That is good for 3rd in the American League. Here's a guy who has found himself some playing time. Wasn't a big part of the Mariners' offensive production in the first month, but he has come on with 42 hits in June and has that average up to the top 3 now in the American League. Lance misses with the first 2 to Gamble. It's 2-0. Lance allowed those 9 hits to the Toronto Blue Jays in 4 1/3 innings on July 6th. So he is working on 10 days rest, including the All-Star break. After allowing a first pitch single to Gene Segura, Lance falling behind Ben Gamble 3-0. And that's one thing Lance has done much better this year, is really reduced the walks.
You hear A.J. Hinch talk about it all the time, fastball command, but it's interesting that Lance actually has very good command of his breaking ball and can throw it early in the counts to get ahead.
There is a strike, says the home plate umpire Adam Hamari.
Ben Gamble's kind of an interesting story. You're talking about the numbers, hit 323, but he wasn't even on the radar for the Seattle Mariners when this season started. They put a lot of emphasis on trying to get their outfield defense better, but season started with Leonis Martin in center and Gerard Dyson in left.
Breaking ball foul, so Lance back in the count at 3-2. Gamble has earned his way into this starting lineup every day. He just recently qualified with enough plate appearances to get into the top charts in the American League in hitting. Segura on the move, 3-2. Called 3rd strike. McCann's throw is a little bit low and unable to be handled by Carlos Correa. Segura goes in head first with his 11th steal of the year.
Segura on the move in that 3-2 count. Good pitch by Lance McCullers. Actually a pretty quick release from Brian McCann back there, but you can see on our Mattress Firm Supermo when Correa's going for the pick, kind of hits the end of the glove and doesn't really get into the pocket where he could squeeze it.
So a runner now in scoring position with 1 out. Lance throwing a 3-2 curveball to Gamble for a called 3rd strike. That just shows you how much confidence he has in his curveball. If you look at the entirety of the season for Lance in that count against left-hand hitters, here's Robinson Cano, All-Star Game MVP. When Lance gets into a full count against left-hand hitters, that's a big pitch. He has thrown the curveball now 23 out of 25 times.
Fearless. And
right?
confidence, yeah.
Because he could throw it where he wants, when he wants. He knows he could throw it for a strike if he gets a take like he just did with Gamble, or he could throw it where he entices a hitter to swing and miss at it, because that's a big pitch if you're not going to throw it for a strike. He has that much confidence in that power curve of his.
But also gives you a good idea in Gamble guessing. Going to keep those hitters on their toes and keep them off balance.
Cano takes a pitch away, so McCullers has fallen behind the 2 and 3 hitters. 3-0 to Gamble, and now it's 2-0 to Cano. Cano doing a little landscaping around home plate. You're allowed to do that when you're the All-Star MVP. Joining Ken Griffey Jr. and Ichiro, third Mariner in team history to earn that honor. There's a breaking ball and a called strike. It's 2-1. Cano has some of the best numbers in his career against Lance McCullers Jr. Last 4 starts for Lance against the Mariners. He's only averaged 1 walk per start. He's been behind in this inning to a couple of hitters, but trying to battle back against Cano here. And he's even to the count, 2-2. Lance's 17th start of the year. Just fell out briefly. Assuming he pitches well tonight, he should get right back in there, but just fell out of the ERA race because he did not qualify for innings, as the Astros played their 92nd game yesterday. And Lance has 91 in the 3rd innings. You need to average at least 1 inning per game to qualify for the ERA race. If he had enough innings, he'd be 5th right now in the American League. Chopper, Lance off the mound in a hurry, throws over Cano's head and over Gurriel's head. That will score a run. Lance frustrated with himself on a wild throw. Mariners take a 1-0 lead on the air.
The issue happened when Lance took the baseball across the baseline. If he could have hit the brakes and stayed on the inside part of the diamond, he would have had a much better throwing lane. Does a good job of bouncing off the mound. Not hit very hard, but when he continued his momentum across that baseline, he had to throw over the head of Robinson Cano. This would be a great look. Either stop or take that extra step to get a better angle on that throw. Because trying to go over the head creates the issue you just saw. Some self-induced damage.
So the error allows Cano to reach base and also scores the run. Segura crosses the plate, and Nelson Cruz is hit by this pitch. Almost hit off the knob of the bat, but they said it got a piece of his hand, and Cruz will be awarded first base. Cano moves up to second.
Kind of looked like putting his elbow out of the plate a little bit.
He's been as hot as anybody with 14 RBIs his last 9 games.
Ball just running in, getting that elbow guard.
Spot early in this game for Lance McCullers. First and second, 1 out, a run in.
When early on in Lance's career, and it is still early on, you could see him get flustered by situations. Might be a little upset with himself. You saw him after making that error, trying to make a perfect pitch inside to Nelson Cruz, drills him.
A lot of times we remind ourselves about Carlos Correa's age with all his accomplishments, only 22. We have to do the same with Lance McCullers. He's still just 23 years old, making his 53rd major league start. And it seems like that control of his emotions has improved this year.
It has, and I'd like to give Lance some credit, but I think the guy behind home plate, Brian McCann, has a lot to do with it too.
Ball is ripped off the bat of Seager, but hooking foul and into the crowd. It's 1-2. Early souvenir for that fan. Good crowds all weekend long with the Minnesota Twins in town. Astros round out this homestand with a night game tonight, a night game tomorrow, and then a day game Wednesday before going out on the road for a week and a half. Still 1-2 on Kyle Seager. Astros start the night leading Seattle by 16.5 games in the American League West. That matches their biggest lead in any division in franchise history. Seattle and the Texas Rangers come in 16.5 games back.
It's just downright obnoxious right there. 16.5 game lead.
70 games to go. Tonight is game number 93. 92 games in the books. And he tries to hold up. Does Seager hold up? Yes, he does, says Todd Tichenor, the third base umpire. And the count evens 2-2. Well, the Mariners trying to string together an inning here against Lance McCullers. Remember that this is the team that the Astros faced to start this season. Houston taking 3 out of 4 in that first 4-game series against the Mariners. Now the pitch is away and it's 3-2. We mentioned it with the strikeout to Gamble. Lance against left-hand hitters, 3-2 count. Now up to 23 out of 25 with his curveball. See if he relies on that power curve here in a big spot. First and second, one out. He does, and Seager sends it high in the air into shallow left field. Correa goes out. On comes Reddick. It's Reddick who takes control, makes the call and the catch for out number 2. For a split second, that looked a little dangerous.
Well, Carlos Correa has been working with several different left fielders out there. Usually Marwin or Aoki's out there, and he knows he has to expand the range a little bit to try and get some of these outs. But having Josh Reddick out there obviously gives a little more range to the outfielder, but you see him staying with it, making sure he was vocal enough to call Carlos Correa off that ball.
Would have been a tougher play for Carlos, but he has the range to get there. Josh did take control for out number 2. That was a big out for Lance, and now he'll face Danny Valencia. Starts him off with a breaking ball for a called strike. 0-1. Seattle coming in knowing this is the stretch. This is their 10-game leading into the trade deadline make or break time. They have 3 here at Minute Maid Park against the Astros. The team they are ostensibly chasing, but the reality is they're looking at a wild card possibility, and then they go home to face the Yankees for 4 and the Red Sox for 3. So they should really have a good idea of where they stand after these 10 games. And there are a lot of teams that are still trying to sort out whether they want to be buyers, sellers, stand pat.
As much as I like the wild card, I think it creates that issue of where are we? What do we anticipate seeing ourselves as? Because that wild card standing can kind of entice you a little bit to think that you're going to make the playoffs.
Oh, 2 pitch chopped on the ground. Bregman will glove and get to the bag ahead of the sliding Cano, and that'll do it for the Mariners. They do score a run. An error was involved. Is presented by Southwest Airlines. George Springer likes to face Ariel Miranda, tonight's starter. 4 hits, all of them home runs. He'll lead things off. Jose Altuve bats in the second spot, followed by Josh Reddick, Carlos Correa, Yuli Gurriel. Carlos Beltran is the DH. Brian McCann behind the plate. Alex Bregman and Jake Marisnick round out your Astros lineup.
Ariel Miranda going for the Seattle Mariners. He is the one guy in this rotation who has not missed a start. He has 104 innings to lead this Seattle Mariner ball club. You see the record, it's 7-4. His whip is relatively decent, down near 1. 80 punch outs, 20 home runs allowed, and you see the ERA against the Houston Astros this year with that 5.00. They have done a good job of attacking Miranda with the long ball.
As Julia mentioned a few minutes ago, George with some home runs this year against Miranda, a couple of leadoff home runs against Ariel, and also one in his second at bat, and Springer went after that first pitch and fouled one back. George hit a 3-2 pitch for a home run against Miranda, first game of the year. That's how the Astros started this incredible, historic 2017 season, with Springer hitting a home run. He did it in the opener. He also did it against Miranda after hitting a home run against King Felix in the first inning on a 3-2 pitch. Then he ambushed him in Miranda's second start in Seattle. And the third start for Miranda against the Astros, he waited till the second at bat.
Don't want to peak too soon.
Yeah, he gave him one at bat off. Now it's 2-1. So 2 of George's 9 leadoff home runs this year have come against this 28-year-old out of La Habana, Cuba.
He's trying to distract him with the teal kicks too.
Hey, he's got the whole glove kicks matching combo working tonight. Now it's 3-1. So now if you're Scott Servers, you're thinking, man, you never want to walk the leadoff hitter, but seeing what George has done against this guy.
I was going to say walk would be a win.
He has 4 hits against Miranda in his career, 3 this year, and they are all solo home runs. Ball 4. Springer draws a leadoff walk. He leads the major leagues in runs scored, and he's on first to start the game for the Astros.
Yes, he is.
Good to see George back in the outfield tonight. He's playing right field. Had a chance to DH yesterday, and Jose Altuve will be the hitter. Coming in, batting up league best .350. He is on a 9-game hitting streak in which he is 21 for 40. That was a big rip and a foul tip. 0-1. Saw those numbers in the 9-game hitting streak. 525. He has 21 hits in those 9 games. 21.
Got 21 in 9 games. Lodi had that stretch of 5 straight games of 3 hits per game. It's not normal.
Yeah, it hadn't been done since the bicentennial when George Brett did it. A lot of things he does aren't normal. Good fastball in the corner. It's 1-2 to Altuve.
It's good late little run on that 92-mile-an-hour fastball from Miranda. It's right around what he's averaging on the year on that heater. He also throws a lot of split change-ups. Not too many sliders. Has the occasional cutter.
Miranda's done a nice job for the Mariners. He was a guy who wasn't necessarily going to be a part of this rotation until Drew Smiley was injured, and he took his spot in the rotation. And he's currently limiting opposing hitters to a .216 batting average. That's 5th best in the league. Makes his 19th start of the season. Altuve spoiling another 2-strike pitch.
Tell you what, there was an at-bat in that Twins series where you could almost say that Altuve is going back to what he was doing last year when he went oppo into the bullpen off the back wall, just driving it the other way. That was really good to see, especially here at Minute Maid Park, where if you can say he has been struggling, it's been more at home.
Up the middle, base hit, center field. Springer will make the turn, and he will head to third. No throw, head first slide, first and third Astros.
Good aggressive base running, good AB by Jose Altuve. You talked about him spoiling some 2-strike pitches right there. Gets the off speed, goes right back up the middle with it. You'll get a good look at the sequence on our MD Anderson strike zone, but going down out of the zone, we know he can hit the pitches in the zone, but he can also get hits on those pitches that are down out of the zone. Nicely done.
I mean, if you're the opposing pitcher, that's the pitch you want right there.
Well, we've seen it a lot from opposing managers and pitching coaches where they just basically throw their hands up. You made the pitch you wanted to make. You just got nothing to show for it because he's that good at getting hits on.
Here's it's remarkable to watch him do his thing as Reddick crushes one foul. I mean, I don't even know if his right hand was still on the bat when he made contact.
I'm just happy his feet were still on the ground. Because we've seen him go out there and take swings with both feet off the ground.
There you see, 4th highest in the majors on low pitches. And oh, by the way, here's how good he is. He's also in the top 10 in the league in high pitches.
Exactly. I saw that too.
He's 9th. He's a little bit better on low pitches, but he's still the top 10 in both. He is an amazing hitter, and he hit a pitch that most guys would have had a lot of trouble fouling off and sending it into center field for a hit. 0-2 to Reddick. See Josh coming in 10th in the American League in batting average. Amongst the guys he's trailing are his teammates that hit in front of him and behind him, Jose Altuve and Carlos Correa. The stat that Reddick does lead the Astros in, which might surprise you with all the talent on this Astros team and in the lineup, is he does have the highest line drive percentage of the current roster. He's hit a couple of line drives in this AB, unfortunately foul. He's got a 30.1% line drive percentage. Reddick staying alive, 0-2. After Lance McCullers needed 23 pitches to get through the top half of this inning, Mariners scoring an unearned run on a McCullers error. The Astros up to 15 pitches on the 28-year-old lefty, and still nobody out. Called third strike. Reddick looks at the third strike. First strikeout for Miranda. Runners on the corners now with 1 out.
I have a tendency to believe Josh Reddick. He puts together some great ABs, but that one just catches that outside corner. Looks like a little bit of a slider.
Here's Carlos Correa. Correa coming in 4th in the league in batting average at .321. Also 66 runs batted in. Tied for 2nd, trailing only Nelson Cruz and the Mariners. Called strike, 0-1. Two, 3, and 4.
Well, there's 10 Astros 800 or above as far as OPS is concerned. That's an incredible number, to be honest, on their roster.
So that means on any given night there's at least one guy over 800 OPS who has to sit.
Yes.
And a lot of nights 2 or 3.
How crazy is that?
AJ has a lot of weapons to choose from.
Well, and it's evidence too to the fact because he changes that lineup so consistently and hasn't really been hurt by it 78 different lineups this season through 93 games now.
I think he does that just to have fun.
Yeah, like why not?
He'd be bored setting out the same group every day.
Calling all of his other manager buddies and go, ha ha, look at this. I got McCann hitting 7-hole, guys. Laughing at him. Who's hitting 7-hole for you? You know?
Yeah.
I got a guy who's a 20-plus home run guy, 9 straight years, hitting 7.
I got Yuli 8.
Yeah. He's only been bashing the ball around the ballpark the last couple days.
Tonight, Yuli's all the way up to 5. He is on deck as Correa has a 1-2 count. Carlos riding a streak in which he's been on base 27 consecutive games. The longest streak ever by a shortstop is Dickie Thon's 29 back in 1983. High in the air, center field. Dyson converges along with Gamble. It's going to be Gamble who makes the catch. They collide to the point where there's no attempt at a throw and an easy sac fly as George Springer crosses the plate with his 79th run. We're tied at 1.
Good fundamental baseball to get the Astros tied up with the Mariners, 1 apiece. There's just nobody talking on that right there. Gerard Dyson, the center fielder, has got to take control of this situation and make sure that he's calling for this baseball. But I think that he assumed that nobody was near him because he was camped under this, as opposed to Gamble moving across. Either way, neither one of them are going to throw George Springer out on that play.
Yuli Gurriel, the batter, just a couple of points under 300 to start the night. Takes a pitch for a ball, 1-0. Correa with his 67th run batted in, tying this game at 1. One and 1 the count. Miranda and Yuli Gurriel played for Industriales, the same team in Cuba. They were just a year apart, but they've been on national teams together in Cuba. Called strike. It's 1-2. Just a year apart with the teams, not in age. Yuli 6 years older than the left-hander on the mound for the Seattle Mariners. Gurriel to left. Heredia sizes it up, makes the play for the final out of the inning. But we're tied at 1 at the end of 1.
back to work against the Mariners. He's always pitched well against this team, especially this year, 2-0 with a 1.64 ERA in those 2 starts. And the last time he faced him, he was coming off the DL, and he looked great against these Mariners. However, after the game, he was actually singing praise towards these guys, saying this is the best lineup they've faced all year. And we've seen this lineup change over the course of the season, guys, from when we saw them back on their opening day and our opening day. But he said it was a tough lineup for him then. No breaks in it, but felt really good about that win on that day. And as far as just matching up against these guys, A.J. Hinch said, it's that breaking ball and strike one. His strengths really matching up well against some of these Mariners hitters, Todd.
Yeah, you would hope so, Julia. And hopefully that power curve works in his favor tonight as he faces Gerard Dyson here leading off the second inning. Dyson's a guy who could be a leadoff hitter, and he bats in the number 7 spot in this Seattle lineup. There's a called third strike curveball on the outside corner, painted perfectly. McCullers picks up strikeout number 2.
No, you're right. He did a very good job of setting him up. And we've got some pitch usage numbers presented by AT&T. Previous 5 starts on the left-hand side, the last 6 starts on the right-hand side. You can see showing better command and confidence, throwing that curveball almost 50% of the time, laying off that fastball. Seen that changeup mixed in there every once in a while just to keep a hitter off balance or keep them thinking, but he has definitely leaned on that curveball to be successful.
Here's Guillermo Heredia, misses with a fastball. 16 of Lance's first 27 pitches tonight have been curveballs. 15 out of 23 in the first inning, and 1 to get that called third strike against Dyson this inning.
Well, for me, you can see him adjusting hitter to hitter as far as what his strengths are going to be against a guy, because I think in the previous matchups, Gerard Dyson has hit the off speed very good against the Astros. And you saw Lance McCullers go fastball, and then put him away with the breaking ball. So you can see he is going to use the curveball a lot, but he's going to use it smartly, if that's a word.
Little fly ball into shallow left that Correa takes care of. He has to pick his spots, although he is a guy that can get away with throwing back-to-back or back-to-back-to-back because it is such a lethal weapon.
And there's not a consistent break to it. We've seen it sweep across the zone. We've seen it break straight down the zone. We've seen it just dart down out of the zone. So it's not a pitch where you recognize spin or you recognize speed and you're able to anticipate.
Julia's comments about Lance talking the Seattle offense up. I remember you came back from that series and you said this team's offense looks a little different than they did earlier in the year.
Yeah, this guy right here has been swinging the bat a little bit better, but they need to swing the bats. They've had decent pitching, but Seager's the guy for me that really hasn't jumped off the charts and really started to light it up, and like we've seen in the past couple of years, still yet to get to 50 RBIs.
They have those monster 3-4 hitters in Cano and Cruz. And then ahead of them is Gamble, who, if it wasn't for Aaron Judge, you'd hear about Ben Gamble's name a little more for Rookie of the Year consideration. And ahead of him is Gene Segura, who may end up battling Jose Altuve for the batting average crown this year.
Well, they've done a good job creating a little more of a lineup instead of sitting back like American League ball clubs have a tendency to do and wait for the home runs.
2-1 pitch is sent in the air to center field, and Jake Marisnick puts it away for the final out of the inning. So a 1-2-3 inning for Lance. Half of the second inning, Carlos Beltran will lead things off as the DH. Plummer, it's been a while since he's played in the field, and today what happened?
Well, you saw Josh Reddick playing the role of the Undertaker for Carlos Beltran's glove. They laid it to rest as they all mourn.
Presiding over the that was Brian McCann leading the proceedings there. Very touching moment. May 16th, last time he used that glove in Miami.
Is he going to have to resurrect that thing when we go to Philadelphia?
They had a funeral for his glove. And the funny thing is they just decided to do it, I guess, amongst themselves, right, Julia? And AJ said he still might play in the outfield.
Yeah, that's still a possibility. AJ said he's not given up on that idea for sure. But this started earlier today. I don't know if you guys saw the message board when you walked in, but
yeah.
On the dry erase board where they usually have the lineup and some important messages for the team was written that there would be a procession today for his glove, and everyone was encouraged to wear black and be on the field before batting practice for the service. And Brian McCann funding the procession, I should say, complete with the robe that he was wearing. Everybody looked the part. Charlie Morton even walked out there with a suit jacket. A little overdressed, had to take that off, but all went well. Mission accomplished, I guess, for these guys. They're a mess. It's stuff like this, though, that shows you the personality this team has, and to no surprise, they're giving the veteran a lot of grief over something. That's just how tight they are. Beltran said, "I love that we can have fun with each other. I love that they have fun with me because I'll give it right back to them." They're in a good place right now, guys.
I should say so. And when you think about the trio that was involved, and Beltran had a smile ear to ear, he was, he was loving the fact that this was the pregame. It kind of mixed up their little pregame stretch routine. But you had the three guys involved: Beltran, Brian McCann, Josh Reddick, the three veterans that came over this offseason.
How about that? Showing some leadership in a clubhouse full of young superstars, blending in nicely. But hey, it's all about team unity, and you had pitchers, relievers, and all the position players out there. So these guys are all in it together, whether they're lifting each other up or resting in peace, a piece of leather.
Brian McCann into center field, and that is taken care of by Gerard Dyson for out number 2. So McCann led the proceedings, as Julia said, and he was it seemed like, Julia, he was as into it as anybody. I mean, they did the slow walk out from the warning track, and
I think all that was missing was maybe some music, and yeah, they did. They had it all planned out. McCann said he had a few words that he needed to say to the group, and then he had them all rise at the end.
Well, everybody's got black shirts on too. They don't normally wear anything black.
Right. That was on the dry erase board. Yeah, absolutely.
Special warm-ups today for Brian McCann and Carlos Beltran. And AJ said jokingly, I should put him in the outfield tomorrow now. Just to mess with him.
It would be even better if he ran out there without a glove.
So for now, the glove has had a funeral. But we may see Carlos out there in the outfield.
I've never seen that. Never even heard anybody talk about it. So I appreciate the fact that they're doing something that's never been seen before.
And it wasn't just one tombstone, it was 3 tombstones. They went all out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good stuff. That's how the Astros roll. Alex Bregman, the batter, with 2 outs and nobody on. And the young guy consoling the veteran.
I didn't see anybody bringing out any tissue, though. It's good stuff.
2-1 pitch is popped in the air. Foul territory. Giving it a look is Valencia, and he puts it away. So just like Lance McCullers Jr., Ariel Miranda with a 1-2-3 second.
between the Mariners and the Astros, and time to take a look at our Chevy Stro poll. Make sure you're following us at ATT Sportsnet SW, where you can find our polls. Today we ask you how many AL West teams will make the playoffs this year, 1, 2, or 3. And if you checked out the American League wildcard standings, it is really interesting on that side, especially with the division. With this division, with Seattle, Texas being 2.5 games back, the Angels only 3.5, Oakland 6 games out of it. But everyone right there. Should be interesting down the stretch, guys.
Yeah, we think we know there will be the good guys in there, we hope. I mean, it's a 16.5 game lead with 70 games to go, but when you look at the rest of the division, Blummer, it's nobody really has separated themselves from the pack, not just at the All-Star break, but really all season long. It's been a division other than the Astros that has been lingering around 500 or just below 500 all season.
No, it's really been the Seattle Mariners, Texas Rangers, and Los Angeles Angels of Orange County kind of jockeying for position, you know, in that 2, 3, 4 spot. And the Angels right now are at the bottom. You see it, but they're only, the Angels are still actually in contention as far as wild card, only being 3.5 back.
Colors gets a strikeout of Gene Segura, his third. Starts the third off with a strikeout.
Good curveball from Lance. But again, there's some teams, I know the Astros schedule in the second half might be a little more favorable than most. As you look at that curveball, and why we call it a power curveball is right there. Velocity is up in the mid-80s, but also that sharp break.
It's a little bit of a role reversal for the Rangers in that last year they far exceeded their run differential projection. This year, the Rangers are plus 31 in run differential, yet they're 1 game under 500. The Mariners come in at 1 game under 500, and they're exactly level in run differential. 446 runs scored, 447 with tonight's run, and 447 runs allowed with tonight's run as well. Some of these teams have to make decisions in the next 2 weeks. Trade deadline 2 weeks from tonight. Then Gamble struck out looking at a curveball his first time up. Lance tried to paint that corner again and missed. It's 2-1. Just into the first row, 2-2. The Colors allowing that leadoff hit to Gene Segura on the first pitch of the game, has not allowed a hit since. Robinson Cano reached on an error that would score a run. Nelson Cruz is also hit by a pitch. Down low, 3-2. Oh, here we go again. Left-hand hitter, 3-2 count. So far, you struck out Gamble on that on the curveball. Got Kyle Seager to fly out to left on that curveball.
Well, do you sell out for the curveball, or you get blown away by the fastball? Tough call. Then you get the power out of the zone.
So even sometimes if you sell out for the curveball, you can still miss it. Gamble that time swung at a pitch that bounced in the dirt. So 3 for 3 tonight, 25 of 27 on the season. Curveballs and a 3-2 count to lefties.
He's an equal opportunist against left-handed and right-handed hitters. An opponent batting average right at 224 and 225.
I mean, that's the cat and mouse game that is Lance McCullers versus teams that face him. In this case, Seattle up to 3, 4, 5. In some years they could face him 6 times. But Gamble first at bat. 3-2 count, looked at a curveball for a strike. This at bat got a little more aggressive, 3-2. Still saw a curveball, but this one was out of the zone and swung and missed. McCann made the throw down to first. Here's Robinson Cano. Cano down to the count, 0-1.
I still think that breaking ball for me, obviously I haven't had a chance to face Lance McCullers, but the way it jumps out of his hand forward instead of up like a Mike Fiers breaking ball might, I think that's got to create all kinds of deception on that breaking ball for him.
Foul out of play, 0-2. Lance needed 23 pitches to get through that first inning, threw 15 curveballs that inning. Only needed 10 pitches last inning and threw 2 curveballs. See that Lance likes that curveball when facing Robinson Cano. He's ahead of the count 0-2. Swing and a miss. Little changeup to get Cano. Another 1-2-3 inning for Lance McCullers. And we are through 2.5 times.
To you by Toyota. We are very lucky to be in this American League Western Division because we get an opportunity to watch two of the best second basemen in all of baseball go at it on a regular basis, at least 19 times throughout the course of the season. But you see in Jose Altuve's career against the Mariners, 326, 7 bombs, 42 RBIs, and on the other end, they say fortunate, but sometimes it's been misfortune because he's got great numbers also against the Houston Astros. 329, 13 bombs, and 60 RBIs. It really felt like a couple of years ago, at least the last 2 years, that every time we faced Robinson Cano, he was driving in multiple runs every game.
He had a monster season last year against the Astros, and this year it's been a little bit better on the Astros side. He is just 8 for 41 against them, but he is always a threat to do damage as Jake Marisnick will lead things off in the bottom half of the third inning. Game tied at 1. A Carlos Correa sacrifice fly and an error by Lance McCullers Jr. That's how the 2 runs are scored. Marisnick to left field. He will give the Astros their first lead of the night. Jake, with his 11th home run of the year, makes it a 2-1 game.
Jake from Rake Farm.
Been waiting for that one.
Hit me. Oh, smoked. Again, those fastballs from Ariel Miranda, the Houston Astros hitters are ready for them. That one looked to be center cut. Wow, it was. Jake didn't miss it for anything. Love the replay when they leave the sound in there. Gets smoked. Was that the changeup?
It came in at 85.
Then it was the changeup. Nothing like a hanging changeup, leaving it a heck of a lot faster than it came in at 104.6 miles an hour.
And he hits a breaking ball way up in the zone. You saw early this spring, I want to say it was the 2nd or 3rd week, we did 10 telecasts down at West Palm Beach. You saw better swings out of Jake Marisnick.
Yeah, and that prompted me to go have a conversation with Dave Hudgens, who obviously works with these guys on a daily basis. And he had mentioned that he has talked to Jake, and Jake worked extremely hard in the offseason to adjust that swing a little bit. There was a great article in the Houston Chronicle about it. But Dave Hudgens said that, you know, there was some tweaking going on with that swing, and obviously it's starting to pay off. It's much simpler, but it's also hard for a guy like Jake Marisnick, who's not playing every day, to stay consistent. So I think what he did is emphasized simplifying the swing and being more direct to the baseball, and it's paying off. Career high 11 home runs now.
11 home runs, a lot of line drive home runs, a lot of shots, like 420, 440, 450. He's hit, and you mentioned he's a big man. He's hit some monster home runs this year and some line drive high exit velocity home runs.
And I think when you simplify and the head doesn't move very much, it also makes him a better hitter because he understands the strike zone better because he's seen the pitch longer.
Makes sense. It's been a fun year to watch Jake Marisnick. That's a pitcher in Ariel Miranda, as much success as George Springer has had against him. Jake's had none. 0 for 6 with 3 strikeouts. Then he hits a home run here on the second pitch he sees. Springer in the right center field. Late start for Gamble, and he will make the catch at his knees for out number 1 in the inning.
Just kind of assume that it's going to end up being a knock when Springer faces Miranda. Good adjustment by Ben Gamble, charging in. Almost got him in between. Good job using 2 hands.
Altuve with a base hit his first time up, a single to center field. And he sends one to center field again. This one a little deeper. Dyson gets back in a hurry and makes the play for out number 2. Altuve hit it well, but to straightaway center.
Dyson got a good jump on that ball.
With 2 outs, the base is cleared, and Josh Reddick, the batter. Josh getting yet another chance to face a left-handed starter. This year have been as good as he's been in his career against lefties. Struck out looking his first time up. He's coming in batting .304, lefty on lefty this season. Strike on the outside corner. It's 1-1.
New general manager Jerry Dipoto put a lot of emphasis on the outfield play, and you can see down in the bottom right. They are at +8. They are getting better each year defensively. When you have a negative defensive run saved, that means your pitching staff is taking a beating. But they have done a much better job this season.
A lot of those improvements on defense in the offseason as Heredia puts his glove on the final out of the inning. Jake Marisnick hits home run number 11 on the season, extending his career high mark in that department.
Our forward spray chart with Nelson Cruz coming to the plate. You see the Astros kind of moving into that shift position. You can see a majority of those hits going up the middle to left field. Those are all the balls that Nelson Cruz has put in play.
Cruz coming in with a .292 batting average, a team high 19 home runs, a team high 73 runs batted in. You may have noticed in watching that shift right before the first pitch, Jose Altuve checking with the dugout just to make sure he was in the right position. He was actually a little too far up the middle from where they wanted, so he moved over a few steps to his left. On the ground, broken bat. Bregman makes the play as he is not distracted by that flying piece of lumber for the first out of the inning. That's now retired 9 in a row.
Some new firewood being added to the stockpile. Good play by Alex Bregman. Like you said, undeterred. The splintering lumber coming at him.
How do you do that? That had to happen to you a couple times.
It does. It's not a comfortable feeling. I actually got a hit out of it one time. Chipper Jones was playing third base, and I got absolutely destroyed. But the barrel beat the ball to him, and he had to dodge the barrel. And he eventually picked up the baseball, but I mean, he just stood there looking at it like, what do you want me to do?
That's beautiful.
Yeah. But you concentrate on the little white pill as opposed to the flying tree trunk.
Heading your head.
Yeah, exactly.
2-0 to count to Kyle Seager. Seager flied out to left his first time up. That was a big spot for Lance McCullers Jr. He was kind of battling through that first inning, had allowed a run at that point. First and second, full count to Seager. Got him to fly out to left, and then has retired 9 in a row since then. Seager around the bunt with the shift on. McCullers will make the bare hand attempt and not in time. Very close. A.J. Hinch may want to look at this. Great effort by McCullers.
Just to the naked eye, I've got him out.
I'm with you.
That was an incredible play. You could, if he rolls that out there, I don't think he could put it in a better spot.
Dan Bellino calling Kyle Seager safe. Here's another look.
McCullers trying to make me think he's an athlete right here. What a play. Yuli doing a good job of going to get it.
Where's the foot? Ooh, that's a really close.
Is there enough? Man, that is too bad because that was a phenomenal play.
Just enough that AJ does not think they have enough to overturn that. So just enough of either a tie or just barely that spike hitting down before the ball was. It has to be in the back of the glove. That's the ruling. The Astros felt like Seager just barely beat that. Great effort by Lance, but that's just the second hit for the Mariners. Danny Valencia, the batter. Called strike, 0-1. Valencia grounded into a fielder's choice and the first. Lance McCullers starting the second game of this season against the Seattle Mariners. Of course, he followed the lefty Dallas Keuchel to the mound, who started opening day. And Dallas Keuchel tonight, Blummer, had a big start for the Double-A Corpus Christi Hooks.
There you go. 3 innings, 45 pitches, no runs. And again, these numbers, they're going to look good, and everybody's going to be happy that he hasn't given up a run. But at the same time, we heard Dallas Keuchel say yesterday, or the day before yesterday, he's more worried about how he feels tomorrow.
Fair ball. That's a base hit down the left field line. Extra bases for Danny Valencia. Heading around third is Seager. The throw will not be in time. Seager scores on the RBI double by Valencia. And this game is tied once again at 2.
This might have been the changeup. 91 miles an hour. Just didn't finish the pitch, and it leaked right into the barrel of Danny Valencia. stay on that outside corner, you give yourself a fighting chance, but really no adjustment on the hanging changeup. Good hustle by Seager coming all the way around.
Here's Gerard Dyson. Well, you noted that it was a 91-mile-an-hour changeup, and it seems if your fastball's 95 or so, that there needs to be a little more separation there.
Yeah, usually you'd like to see 8 to 10 miles an hour off that changeup to really be deceptive and get that swing and miss, or those guys so far out in front that you do miss barrels. But that's a gift when you're throwing it at 91 to, you know, that's just standard operating bat speed this day and age for a big league hitter.
Pulls up in the zone, and Valencia was able to hit it fair down the left field line. So this game was tied at 1, and now it's tied at 2. Gerard Dyson struck out looking his first time up. In the third, it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lance struck out the side in the third. He has 5 strikeouts on the night. Go back to his last 4 starts against Seattle. He's now gone 27 innings and struck out 38 Mariners. Fastball rides way outside. It's 2-2. Dyson has a 6-game hitting streak coming into tonight, hitting .409 during that stretch. Just missed. 3-2.
Doesn't mean he won't throw it again.
Ball 4. So he's ahead of Dyson 1-2, and he ends up drawing a walk. Celebrate National Hot Dog Day with Dollar Dog Wednesday, presented by Nolan Ryan Beef. You can scarf down all the dollar dogs you can eat this Wednesday as the Astros take on the Mariners. Visit astros.com/dollardogs or call 1-877-9-ASTROS for more info. I think it was Dollar Dogs at Corpus tonight too. So you have to see Dallas Keuchel if you're in the Corpus area, and have Dollar Dogs all on Monday night.
That's got to be a sellout.
Have to think.
Yeah. Big Monday night, Corpus.
Big Monday. Dallas, 45 pitches, 3 innings, no runs. First rehab assignment. Not sure when that next one will be or how many he may need, but hopefully we will see the left-hander on the Astros mound not too long from now. Correa has to hurry with Heredia running down the line. He does. And picks up out number 2 of the inning. Julia?
There's good news on Colin McHugh as well, having that final rehab start yesterday for Corpus. So a big weekend for the Corpus Christi Hooks. And they had about 5,000 there last night. But Colin feels good about the body of work yesterday. 6 innings you see there. He threw 69 pitches in those 6 innings, but then went to the bullpen. It's that problem when you're too efficient. You have to go get some more work in the bullpen. So he got up to 90, 95 pitches. Felt good about that as well. So he'll throw a bullpen. From there, they will decide where he goes in the rotation. Everything's to be announced for this weekend against Baltimore, but Mike Fiers and Colin McHugh will likely be the first or second game of Baltimore. Maybe switch there, but that would be really good news for these Astros and for Colin to get back on the mound for these Astros.
It would be good to see Colin make his first start. Here we are, July 17th, just a couple of weeks before the trade deadline, and McHugh has yet to make a start this year at the major league level. It's been a long road back for Colin.
What was interesting on that line is he only had 2 punch outs, but at the same time going 6 innings, throwing 69 pitches. It's pretty efficient. I'm sure AJ would like to see that pitch count, yes, ramp up, but if he can keep it down and get 6 innings out of it, my gosh, that would be a benefit to everybody.
Now, how would you like to be Rodney Linares right now, the manager of Corpus? You got Colin going Sunday and Dallas Keuchel going Monday.
Yeah, you can get used to writing that in the rotation.
Go get him, boys. 1-1 pitch is hit hard to left field. Back is Reddick, and this will be off the wall on a bounce. 2 runs will score. Zunino heading to second, and he will slide in safely. It is 4-2 Mariners on the 2 RBI double by the catcher Mike Zunino.
Gotta give Zunino credit, because in the last couple of years he was a hole in this Seattle Mariners lineup. The last couple times the Astros have seen him, he has put together some pretty good ABs, and one thing we do know is he's not going to miss the fastball. It was down, yes, but still over the meat of the plate down the middle.
That snaps a streak for Dallas Texas, for Lance McCullers Jr. that had been one of the longest in Major League history. He had gone 27 of 27 starts at home, allowing 3 runs or less. This is the first time in his career he has allowed more than 3 runs in a start here at Minute Maid Park. That ball is hit hard to left field. Segura watches it hook foul. A long foul ball. There have only been 2 streaks longer at home in the history of the major leagues. Clayton Kershaw and Adam Wainwright. Lance's was the longest ever to start his career. Never before has he seen 4 runs put on the board in his home ballpark against him. 0-2 the count. That
was up in the kitchen cupboard.
Segura fighting that off. He singled and scored a run and struck out. Segura and Jose Altuve have the most hits in July in the major leagues, and George Springer's his batting average is right in between. Both have 22 hits this month. That's out of play. Stays 0-2. Segura does not have enough plate appearances to qualify for the batting race, but when he does, he and Altuve will be right there. Segura right now batting at .349, and Altuve started the game .350, and he's 1 for 2. On the ground to Altuve, and Jose take his time. Segura is not moving very fast down the line. That's the final out of the inning. But 3 runs score. Lance has given up 4 at home for the first time ever. A 3 spot up in the top half of this inning to take a 4-2 lead. Astros have already come back a couple of times in this game, and they'll try and do so again with Carlos Correa leading things off on a beautiful Monday night here in Houston. For those of you who are wondering, normally dollar dogs are an evening promotion, but this week,
Special week. And we don't throw too many fake promos out there at you. We're going to be pretty legit and on target with these things. So trust us. Wednesday day game. National Hot Dog Day. Get you some dollar dogs.
We are making a National Hot Dog Day for that start against the Mariners. So it will be in play for the 1:10 start Wednesday. Dollar dog afternoon. It's a dog day afternoon. So 1-0 the count to Correa to start off the bottom half of the 4th inning. Takes a called strike. Ariel Miranda started this game with a 1-0 lead, allowed a sac fly to Correa. That scored the game's first run. Then a home run by Jake Marisnick gave the Astros a 2-1 lead before Miranda got a 3 spot from his offense in the top half of this inning. Correa drops the bat at the plate after swinging and missing at that pitch. And he is favoring his left arm.
That's not good. Sometimes you can hyperextend that lead elbow. I'm not sure if the hand was. Sometimes you. Okay, there's a couple of things here. Stay with me. Sometimes you will put so much stickum on the bat that your bottom hand will stick and rotate differently than you would anticipate. So it could be a hand or a wrist issue, because you can see it kind of looking down at that wrist area. But sometimes even when you get an off-speed pitch you're not anticipating, you'll swing hard. You can hyperextend that lead elbow. But he's not going to stay in this game.
Carlos Correa, as hot as any hitter for the last month plus, will leave this game after swinging and missing at a 1-1 pitch. And Marwin Gonzalez will grab a bat, already has a helmet, and he will come on with a 1-2 count to Correa. So the all-star shortstop, the 22-year-old, leaves the game. And obviously we will get a report as soon as we have it to you on AT&T Sportsnet. That is not something you want to see right there.
Yeah, you just hope it's a temporary, just a stinger a little bit. Maybe he can take the night off, maybe tomorrow off, and get back in there. But yeah, that's a little concerning.
Correa given the day off yesterday, coming off the All-Star break in which he participated in the game in Miami. AJ trying to find time for guys to get breathers here and there. And back in the lineup tonight, Correa hitting a sacrifice fly his first time up, but now leaving the game after swinging through a 1-1 pitch. Well, Marwin Gonzalez will hit in this count. We've had this situation earlier in the year. This is one of those where, as the batter, as a pinch hitter, you basically have a free AB. If you strike out with this count, it goes to the previous hitter. Do something positive, it goes to your record. Let's hope we get a good report on Correa as he will head to the Astros clubhouse and get looked at. Jeremiah Randall and the Astros training staff.
You hate to see Carlos Correa become injured, but what a luxury it is having a guy like Marwin Gonzalez to be able to insert into that position to play defense and add some offense too.
See Marwin's numbers: 311, 17 bombs. That's a career high. 55 runs batted in. And he fouls one away. Well, if you're not starting a game, you never anticipate coming in this early. So Marwin take his time and get loose before he steps into the batter's box, down to the count 1-2. Foul tip caught by the catcher Zunino. There's a strikeout for Miranda. That'll be his third strikeout, the first out of the 4th. That strikeout will be charged against Carlos Correa, who will have his 27-game streak of reaching base snapped, just 2 shy of the Astros shortstop record set by Dickie Thon in 1983. Here's Yuli Gurriel. He flied out to left his first time up and fouls one back to the screen. Yuli coming in with a 5-game hitting streak, batting .350 during that stretch. Outside for a ball, 1-1. The battle of former teammates on the national team. Yuli is 2 for 11. One of those 2 hits against Ariel Miranda is a home run. In and out of the glove of Zunino. It's 1-2. So what you saw on that replay was a little bit of the bat staying on his hand longer than normal because of some pine tar.
Well, sometimes you can't rotate through. We talked about the axe handle bats. Sometimes that'll alleviate some of the pressure on the hamate bone as you rotate through the zone. But I really, at the end of it, seeing the way his hand finished and that there really wasn't that rotation through the swing makes me think that it might be that wrist or the hand. Watch the bottom hand of Carlos Correa. Once he gets through the zone, and the top hand came off a little too early, as we're accustomed to seeing on Carlos Correa.
Corbett tried for that foul ball, just missed it by a few rows. 2-2 the count to Yuli. Center field, Gerard Dyson in, makes the play for out number 2.
Treat your employees, host clients, or even celebrate a special occasion with an Astros luxury suite at the ballpark. Reserve a suite and create premium experiences for your group, and that they are sure to remember by visiting astros.com/suites or calling 1-877-9-ASTROS.
Here's Carlos Beltran. He's still looking for that first right-hand hitting home run of the season. He's got 11 home runs, all as a lefty. 13 in a row going back to last year from the left side. Down in the count 0-2. Sun is setting on downtown Houston. Beautiful view here at Minute Maid Park. Called third strike on the inside corner, and Beltran wasn't sure if that was a strike. 4 strikeout for Miranda, a 1-2-3 inning. By Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by the Emoji Movie in theaters July 28th.
No, Todd, I will not go to watch that movie.
Come on, we have an off day in Detroit.
Oh, it sounds like a great time. Maybe we could tweet out some emojis during it.
Never know. Never know. That could be sleeper. That could be a good one. Off day theater. The Emoji Movie, July 28th. Make sure if you don't see Blummer there, you still may see others. Here we go on to the 5th inning, 4-2 game. Then Gamble will lead things off, 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the Seattle lineup. And Lance McCullers Jr. has looked up on the scoreboard and seen something he's never seen before, and that's the opposing team in this ballpark scoring more than 3 runs. He's down 4-2 as the 5th inning starts. Lance came off his last start in which he allowed a career high 9 hits. So he's had a couple of streaks go by the boards. He still has the longest streak ever by the Astros, starting his career allowing no more than 8 hits in his first 51 career start. So he has that mark, even though that was broken last start. 27 games at home to start his career, also as an Astros record. Both those streaks go by the boards in his last 2 starts. Saw the career numbers against Seattle coming in. This is a team he's had success against, especially here at home. But today they put up 4, 1 of them unearned. But all 3 last inning were earned. 4 RBI double by Mike Zunino. RBI double by Danny Valencia. Now Ben Gamble starts out with a base hit to left field. So Gamble, who had struck out twice against McCullers with a base hit, has now 5 hits for Seattle.
So the location on this looked like a pretty good pitch to hit. Just a curveball that backs up over the middle part of the zone, and Gamble, with his good numbers on the season, knows exactly what to do with it. Just stays on it, shoots it the other way. Saw a reaction from Lance McCullers. He knew it right out of the hand, too.
Here's Robinson Cano. Cano reached on an error and also struck out. Takes a pitch down low for a ball, 1-0. You look at Lance's innings total. He was on the 10-day DL at one point this year with lower back discomfort. Just around 95 innings now on the season, and the Astros are fine with that. In fact, here they are in game 4 coming out of the All-Star break. Lance hadn't pitched since July 6th, 10 days rest. And part of that thought process is here's a guy who's never gone more than 22 starts at the major league level, never pitched more than 125 innings, 125 2/3 is his career high. So why tack on extra starts or extra innings? Leading by 16.5 games, you can be a little more cautious, and here Lance is starting his first game of the post-All-Star break in game number 4.
There's arguments to both sides of that, and I think that is the silver lining in this. And we know the Astros are a little bit ahead of the curve as far as trying to limit guys' innings. I don't say limit guys' innings, but they really keep track of their innings, number of pitches. But the way this season is going, that could really work out to their benefit, because some of these starts that they're missing in the middle part of the season will hopefully be pushed back into the month of October, which should be beneficial to these guys. But at the same time, I'm not sure how many pitchers would enjoy 10-day breaks in between starts. Sometimes you lose some of that sharpness. We may be seeing a little bit of that for Lance tonight.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in this historic season, and the Astros with that 62-30 record through 92 games, you are thinking about October, and you are thinking about how can you best have your guys ready to make that push. Gamble on the move. The pitch is outside. The throw is in time. Nice play by Gonzalez at second on the short hop to get Gamble sliding in. First time he has been caught. Gamble staying at second, thinking he is safe.
Good pick by Marwin, stays on him, but again, you got to watch these plays all the way through the replay. The tag is on him, the foot gets in, but does he come off the bag? Nope. This one's going to get overturned.
is overturned, which it looks like it will be. Then Gamble stays perfect 3 for 3 and steals.
There's the foot on the bag before Marwin gets that glove on the upper thigh of Ben Gamble.
Mariners will challenge. A call was made by Kerwin Danley, the crew chief. He's got the headsets on, looking towards the camera. Now, we're going back to that Lance discussion. If you go, well, this is going to be a quick review, and he is safe. So Gamble's 3 for 3. If Lance goes into the biggest game of his career, and hopefully that is a World Series appearance, you'd rather have him go into that at 160 or 70 innings than approaching 200, which would be something new for him.
I think that's a very good way of looking at it. Should be fine going in there. That was a 45-second review. But I agree with you in this sense, and I think that's how they're looking at it.
But yes, he has not been his best in his last start or this start, as he walks Robinson Cano there on a 3-2 breaking ball that stays just outside. A couple of walks and a hit batter issued by McCullers tonight. And a phone call to the bullpen in the 5th inning. At home, you don't see that very often, at least this season with Lance McCullers, or even in the past, unless his pitch count was way up. He has had so much success here at home. But tonight, Mariners have put some good at-bats against him. Here's Nelson Cruz, 2 on, nobody out. Phillies is up in the Astros bullpen as Lance misses 1-0 to Cruz. McCann out to visit his young right-hander. He's a bit frustrated out there.
Oh, you said it exactly. I was thinking the same thing. Just the reaction of Lance McCullers. He is frustrated. He's a competitor. He expects a lot out of himself, and when he's not getting the return from the body, you see that frustration set in.
Cruz has grounded out and been hit by a pitch. Six of the last 9 Mariners hitters have reached base. And now it's 3-0. That's battling with his command a little bit here. He walks Robinson Cano. Now he's 3-0 on Nelson Cruz. Cruz 3-0 swinging, fouls one into the crowd. Keller's had pretty good pitch counts in the 2nd and the 3rd. In this inning, he's already thrown 15 pitches without recording an out. Strike, 3-2. Foul at the plate, knocks the helmet off Cruz.
is okay. That shot right back up into the helmet, maybe into the ear. Like got him right in the ear.
Hit him in the right ear.
Wow.
I'm sure the ear's still there. That was a defensive swing. He knew that was a breaking ball that he wasn't going to do much with, and he was able to foul it off, but in doing so, imparted some harm on himself.
Yeah, the emergency swing created an emergency. It's a little bit, I mean, not only does it hurt, but that shocks you because you're not anticipating that kind of reaction. Aoki's not going to have that issue. Out there with the great Kazoo helmet on.
So Cruz is ready with a 3-2 count. Breaking ball toward short. Could be two. Gonzalez out. Tuve, and they turn the double play. Just what Lance McCullers needed. Leads the majors in ground ball percentage. And he gets a double play off the bat of Cruz.
It's actually an interesting point that you bring up with the ground ball percentage. Lance has done a very good job of that, especially maybe in his last 6 or 7 starts where he's been a little more effective pitching to contact and using that defense. We're really seeing him kind of nibbling around the edges in this ball game, falling behind in some of these counts, but right here it pays off with a ground ball to short.
So now after first and second, nobody out in a 3-0 count to the guy who leads the American League in RBIs. Lance has 2 outs, a runner on third, and he faces Kyle Seager. On the ground, tough play for Gonzalez, and he will make the off-balance throw, not in time. Seager with his second consecutive infield hit, and that'll score a run. It's now 5-2 Mariners.
Sometimes a weakly hit ground ball can prove to be your nemesis too. It's perfectly located the other way. Not much Marwin could do on that. Not only wasn't it hit hard, it had some pretty good English on it. See when it kind of jumped up on that hop off the dirt.
Five runs allowed tonight by Lance McCullers Jr. 4 of them earned. And it's 5-2 Seattle. Lance had never allowed more than 3 in a home start. 27 tries prior to tonight. 0-1 to Valencia. So now the earned runs are also a career high at home. Lance's first start back from the lower back discomfort that put him on the DL, on the 10-day DL, was against these Mariners up at Safeco Field. Went 5 innings of 1-run baseball. Did not walk anybody in that start. He went 5 1/3 against the Yankees, allowed 3. The start right before the All-Star break was not a good one, allowing 9 hits and 6 runs, 5 earned against the Blue Jays in 4 1/3. And now tonight, trying to work through the 5th, having allowed 5 runs, 4 of them earned. 2-1 to Valencia. Remy Butuan has joined Michael Feliz. Three and 1 to count.
As a hitter and you're facing a good breaking ball like Lance McCullers, you have sometimes you have the mentality of see the ball up and then attack. If you see it down, let it go. It looks like that's what Valencia's game plan is right there. A couple of breaking balls down, not even a check swing or an attempt.
Ball 4, that matches his season high in walks this year. That's now 3 walks issued by Lance McCullers, and that'll be the final batter he will face tonight. Lance not able to get through the 5th. He'll leave with runners on first and second, 2 outs. His team trailing 5-2, and we'll tell you about the new Astros pitcher when we come back. Fifth inning baseball. The Coca-Cola Value Nights package is one of the best ballpark bargains you can find. The offer is available for select Monday through Thursday regular season games. Here's what you get: ticket, hot dog, soda, popcorn, all for $18. Visit Astros.com or call 1-877-9-ASTROS for more information. With Gerard Dyson batting, the left-hand hitter, the new pitcher will be the lefty Ramin Gudwan. Gudwan just called up from AAA Fresno over the weekend. Starts out Dyson with a breaking ball for a called strike.
See why he's in there right now. That 176 average against lefties. Good fastball, slider, throws firm to quite firm.
Down low, it's 1-1. Gudwan now with the Astros for the third time this year. He has gone back and forth with the Fresno Grizzlies. On the ground past the mound, Altuve will have to make the play to first. Dyson with speed is just barely out at first. Altuve with the quick transfer to get Gerard Dyson. Scott Service may want to look at this. And the Astros not yet heading to the dugout. Dyson, one of the fastest players in the game, almost beat that out, but Service will not challenge here, and the Astros will trail 5-2 heading to the bottom half of the fifth.
MLB.TV Premium is back and better than ever with great picture quality and a free at-bat premium subscription, so you can watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Todd.
All right, Julia, bottom half of the fifth inning. Astros down 3. Brian McCann will lead things off. It's the 7, 8, 9 hitters. For a lot of teams, that could mean not so much offensive production. For the Astros, that's where they like their hitters to be. It seems like they get as much production 7, 8, 9 as most teams do from the middle of their lineup. McCann, Alex Bregman, Jake Marisden. Ryan has 11 home runs on the season. 5 of them have come against left-hand pitching. In fact, other than George Springer, nobody else has more home runs against lefties than Brian McCann. He's tied with a few guys. He's not by himself in second. Altuve has 5. Correa has 5. McCann has 5. George Springer has 9.
Yeah, but just conventional thinking, when you're watching the Astros, you assume that Correa and Altuve are going to have a couple more.
can, rips one, gloved in foul territory by Danny Valencia. He was so close to the line that he caught that one on the line in foul territory.
Even surprised himself by making that play. Began that shift on and basically playing on that foul line. Lunges for it and makes the play.
So 1 out. Here's Alex Bregman. Alex has done well this year against lefties, coming in batting .316, has a .949 OPS against left-hand pitching. Out to the first baseman, Valencia's first time up. Well, as we approach late July, I'm not sure if anybody with the Astros anticipated Mike Fiers leading the team in innings pitched at this point. A.J. Hinch has seen his right-hander throw over 100 innings. He's the only one on the team. And by the same token, in the Mariners dugout, they didn't anticipate Ariel Miranda being their innings pitch leader heading into late July. With guys like Felix Hernandez and Hisashi Iwakuma and James Paxton. They thought this guy would be a good fill-in until Drew Smiley got healthy. Well, he's been more than a fill-in. Miranda's been the guy that's taken the ball every 5 days and leads the team in innings pitched, almost 110 now on the season.
Got to have those guys if you're going to have any kind of a successful season. You got to have those guys that surprise you a little bit and step in key roles. Brad Peacock is a guy who kind of jumps to mind. Did a good job out of the bullpen. Now he has a spot in the rotation with all the injuries. Mike Fiers, his last 9 starts have been phenomenal.
Big strikeout numbers. Solved those early season home run issues. That was after, for a brief moment, he thought he might be in the bullpen. Fiers now leads the team in innings pitched, and Miranda does the same for Seattle. Oh, and 2 to Jake Marisnick, hit a home run his last time up. Jake does not chase that fastball. It's 1-2. Miranda gave up 6 runs in his last start against Kansas City. Only lasted 5 innings. Tonight he allowed a first-inning run, the home run by Marisnick, but only 2 hits on the night. Jake into left field, high and deep. Heredia is back near the Crawford box, is at the wall. It's off his glove. Jake's going to get to second with a double. Quite an adventurous round. Ended up being a double for Jake Marisnick.
With all that hang time, that was plenty of excitement out there in left field. Heredia trying to figure out where he was exactly, and then wasn't comfortable where he was. Tried to pick a new spot. Almost ended up making the play. As soon as I saw it going back towards the Crawford box, I thought it was going to end up in the seats.
Probably should have made this play.
Hit him in a bad spot. Actually, you know what? That glove getting so close to the scoreboard might have ricocheted that out of the glove a little bit quicker than he had hoped.
So Marisnick with a home run and a double. George Springer takes a called strike. 50 consecutive games with a double. What have you just heard, Blummer?
Just over the loudspeaker from our press box, they have announced that Carlos Correa had left today's game with a jammed left thumb. Will be evaluated day to day. So okay news, not great news.
Springer to left field, off the end of the bat a little bit, and Heredia is going to make the play in front of the track. Oh, 2-out double by Jake Marisnick, and we're through 5. It's 5-2 Seattle. The 6th inning. And the Astros needed Ramin Goudouin to get just 1 out in the top half of the 5th inning. They go to Michael Phillies to start the 6th.
So the numbers on Michael Phillies, his numbers against the Mariners are very good. Also this year, 1.42 with that ERA. Saw him the other night. Had some issues with the command as far as fastball. Fell behind. 25 pitches and going 2/3 of an inning.
Broken bat, the barrel on the ball, head towards Marwin, and Gonzalez makes the throw to get Heredia for the first out on 1 pitch in the 6th. That's one way to announce your presence out of the bullpen. Blow up the bat on the first pitch.
Just go ahead and fire a hand grenade in there. Wow. Sandwich.
That ball and barrel did not land very far from each other. That had a potential for that bat to hit the ball a second time.
It's a unique tactic.
That would have been remarkable. There's a pitch inside for a ball. Mike Zunino had a big hit against Lance McCullers. He had a 2 RBI, 2-out double that made it a 4-2 game. It was the first time in Lance's career he allowed more than 3 at a home start. Zunino holds up on that pitch. Takes it for ball 2. McCullers was really good 2nd and 3rd innings. Struck out 4 in those 2 innings. 10 pitches to get through the 2nd, 13 to get through the 3rd. Struck out the side in the 3rd when he got Segura, Gamble, and Cano all swinging. But all the other innings for Lance tonight, it seemed like he was always dancing around trouble.
I agree. Some of those counts we're unaccustomed to. He's really fallen behind. It seemed like more 3-2 counts than we're used to seeing from Lance.
There's nights where maybe his fastball command wasn't his best, or wasn't as consistent throughout his start as he would like. 2-2 the count to Zunino on that 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Michael Phillies. Pitched the first game out of the All-Star break against the Twins on Friday, 2/3 of a scoreless inning. Did walk a couple and gave up a base hit. Called 3rd strike, outside corner, freezes the opposing catcher. First strikeout for Phillies, out number 2 in the inning.
Get a behind-the-scenes look at historic Union Station, luxury suites, the broadcast booth, and even the dugouts with the Minute Maid Park Tour. Visit Astros.com/tours or call 713-259-8996 to book your tour today.
So people tour our booth when we're not here?
I've been in here when they've toured it too, so you never know what you're going to see when you come on an Astros tour.
Nice.
I've offered to let him sit in my seat, put on a headset, but very briefly.
Move along.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
Don't need anybody else trying to take my job.
Don't tell us straight.
Yeah, exactly.
0-1 to Gene Segura. Segura takes a pitch outside for a ball. Cool view from the outfield. Budweiser party deck always filled up. 1-1 pitch, and Segura with another base hit, his 2nd of the night, and his 23rd of the month. That is the most in baseball as he doubles with 2 outs against Michael Phillies. That 2-out double by Segura, happening after Jake Marisnick hit a 2-out double, and Jake's extended that Astro streak to 50 games. We were getting that report on Carlos Correa at the same time. That 50-game streak is one shy of the 2nd longest in Major League Baseball history. '75's the record. It's remarkable. You go from 51, the '99 Braves, 2nd longest, to 75. And nobody in between.
Doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. The record's held by the '96 Indians, who could just rake.
Wow. They had some young studs and some crafty veterans that could drop bombs. Is that year that Joey Bell dropped like 60 doubles and 40 homers? He had some ridiculous amount of extra base hits.
Yeah, he had. I think that was the year when they had those 75 straight doubles. They had
oh, bashers.
Unbelievable lineup there. Gamble's 1 for 3 tonight. Ben coming in third in the league in hitting. Phillies takes care of him here to end the inning. So a 2-out double does not hurt Phillies, and we head to the bottom of the 6th. It's 5-2 Seattle. Sixth inning, Astros will have their 2, 3, and 4 hitters due up. Jose Altuve, followed by Josh Reddick and Marwin Gonzalez in the game now. And Jose Altuve, since 2012, not only leads the major leagues in hits, he is 81 ahead of the next closest.
Who you taking?
Excuse me, 71 ahead of the next closest. Who am I taking? Overall?
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to lose.
Well, I mean, right now, based on that, since 2012, it's Altuve. Over the course of a career, and Jose still got a long way to go. He's younger.
Yeah. It's almost 2 different guys.
Yeah. Over the career, Cano has accomplished a little more to this point. But Jose certainly on one of those stretches there. I mean, to be 71 hits better than anybody else in the last 5 years.
71. It's like a 10-game stretch for Jose.
3 straight 200 hit seasons. He's on pace for that again. He was really kind of like just over, just under pace for 200 leading to the midway part of the season. And then all of a sudden, the last 9 games, he has torched that pace with 21 hits coming into tonight.
Have we been too cavalier in talking about it? I just don't feel like we've really pumped it up like Jose Altuve is doing dominant work, yet he is. But that's just become the standard for Jose Altuve.
He figures out a way, like he did in that first inning, to get a base hit on pitchers' pitches more than anybody that I can remember recently.
Well, if he starts doing that again like he has in the past, watch out, because he can all of a sudden catch fire and just start turning every pitch into a knock.
He hit that ball hard. Unfortunately, it was right at the shortstop. Segura makes a play for out number 1 in the 6th. Looked at that Indians '96 team during the break. They had quite a few guys that could hit doubles. 8 different players hit 20 or more doubles then. Led by Manny Ramirez with 45. And you were right about Albert Bell. He had 38 doubles, 48 home runs.
The year before he had the 50-plus doubles, 50-plus home runs, mixed in a triple. But the OPS is on these guys. I mean, just damage.
Bell was at 1,033 OPS, and Jim Thome was even better than that, 1,062. You've got Vizquel and Lofton were 3rd and 4th in doubles. Guys that could get on base, steal your base. Also, with a lot of doubles, Jim Thome had 28, Carlos Baerga 25. That's the team that the Astros are chasing for most games, with most consecutive games with a double. They're 1 away from the 99 Braves and still 25 away from the 96 Indians.
Incredible.
2-1 the count to Josh Reddick. Ariel Miranda in his 6th inning of work at 80 pitches. Reddick line drive in the left. Heredia comes on and makes the play on the move. So Astros have hit the ball hard in this inning, but right at Mariners defenders. Segura on the ground ball off the bat of Altuve, and that one to Heredia.
Well, you talked about Josh Reddick earlier in the game being one of the higher line drive percentage type guys, but he's also got some bad luck mixed into it, because we've seen him have stretches where he's put together great at bats, hitting the ball hard, just nothing to show for it.
So 2 outs, the base is cleared, and that'll bring up Marwin Gonzalez. This will be Marwin's first official at bat. If you weren't with us earlier, Carlos Correa had the lead in the middle of an at bat with a 1-2 count. After swinging through a pitch, word from the clubhouse is Carlos has a jammed left thumb. Be reevaluated tomorrow. So Marwin took over the count 1-2, and even though Marwin was at the plate when Miranda picked up the strikeout was charged to Correa's record. It's the first official at bat for Marwin. He takes a pitch down low. It's 2-0.
Did Carlos do something with his hands in Atlanta?
That slide at home plate.
Nothing major though.
When he went head first, he did get his hand kind of dinged up a little bit on the collision at home plate. He tried to slide in head first, and Flowers dropped the knee on him a little bit, trying to protect the plate. Marwin with a double with 2 outs, back-to-back innings where the Astros have 2-out doubles. So Marwin picks up right where he leaves off. Seems like he's always getting on base with a hit. He and Robbie Cano having a couple of words.
Yeah, Marwin's pretty good. No, I was only.
No, you're right.
Just curious about that, because I've never heard, and I'm not doubting the training staff by any means. I've just never heard of jamming a thumb without making contact on a swing. But it's good to see Marwin going out there, not fazed by not starting this game and coming in.
No, you're absolutely right. There was a play in Atlanta where Carlos was watching the pitcher cover first and thought he was not paying attention to him at third. He tried to sneak down the line. Went in with a head first slide. At that point, the Astros were up big. They scored 26 runs in 2 games in Atlanta. They were up big, and they just took out Carlos for precautionary reasons. Didn't play that second game in Atlanta, and then ended up starting the next game in Toronto and continuing his hitting to the point where the Astros scored 19 that final game leading into the All-Star break.
No doubt. And again, 16.5 game lead. You can be a little more cautious with some of your stars and get them out of the game like they did today. Hopefully nothing major for Carlos Correa moving forward.
Called strike to Yuli Gurriel, looking for his first hit tonight. Mini Orbit in attendance.
Orbit's been getting trap exercises in.
It's a little large up there in the shoulders. Astros would love to cut into this lead by at least a run here. As Yuli takes a look at a close pitch for a ball. It's 2-1.
Yeah, I'd like to see them create a little more action too. This is the cleanest my scorecard has ever looked this season.
Astros with just 4 hits in the game. The last 2 have been 2-out doubles. The 5 through 8 hitters for Houston tonight have been shut down. They are a combined 0 for 8. Really batting 5th for the 3rd time this year. drive base hit. 2-out RBI for Yuli Gurriel. And the Astros do cut into the lead. It's now 5-3.
Piece of hitting. Big fan of Yuli's swing. I talk about it all the time, how well he goes up the middle. But how about getting on top of a high heater? They're trying to sneak a cheese past him. He said, not today. Good jump by Marlin also.
Well, Marwin with a 2-out double. Yuli Gurriel follows with the RBI single. That is RBI number 46 for Yuli. And he continues his hitting streak. It's now up to 6 games. Meeting on the mound. There is the left-hander James Pazos beginning to loosen up. Brian McCann is due up next, and that's who Pazos may be warming for. Visit at the mound could have been as much about strategy as it was a stall session to let Pazos throw a couple of extra pitches. Here's Carlos Beltran. Beltran has struck out a couple of times against Moreno. Takes a fastball up high for ball 1. Does have 1 career home run against this left-hander.
Like to see number 1 right-handed right now.
He hooks one deep down the line in left field. This game is tied.
You ask and you shall receive.
First right-handed home run of the year for Beltran, and it couldn't come at a better time. We're tied at 5.
Funeral for the glove, and the bat arises. And these guys make our job fun. Miranda knew it right out of the hand. It leaked back over the middle part of the plate, and Carlos Beltran, all he had to do was drop the barrel on it.
After 13 straight home runs going back to last year left-handed, the switch hitting Carlos Beltran hits his first right-handed home run of the year and ties this game at 5. We'll tell you about the new Mariners pitcher after this. Season tickets for the 2018 season are now on sale. Fans who purchase season tickets for next year can enjoy great benefits like guaranteed priority access for the 2017 playoffs. Here's what you do. You visit astros.com/season tickets for more information. Brand new ball game tied at 5. as Carlos Beltran hits a game-tying 2-run home run, and the new Seattle pitcher is the lefty James Pazos.
James Pazos last pitched in Chicago against the White Sox on the 16th. When an inning and a third gave up a hit, also an earned run. He's a two-pitch pitcher. He brings the fuel right around 96 miles an hour with the fastball and also has a slider.
Ryan McCann will be the first batter to face him. And McCann hits one on the line over the head of Robinson Cano in the shift into right field. And Brian McCann on base with 2 outs. 4 consecutive hits for the Astros with 2 outs in the 6th inning.
McCann looked like he was sitting on that fastball, able to get the head out enough to hit that top-hand lob over the head of Robinson Cano.
This is such a quick strike offense. It was just a few minutes ago you were talking about a clean score sheet for the first time in a while.
Yeah, it's getting messy. I like it.
And then with 2 outs, double, single, home run, single. Bregman swings the first pitch and fouls one back. Bregman trying to ambush early. And a pitch he liked. Double by Marwin Gonzalez, RBI single by Yuli Gurriel. And then Carlos Beltran, who seems to make in-game adjustments as well as anybody. He can look bad on a couple of at-bats against a pitcher, and then next thing you know, do damage in that 3rd or 4th at-bat.
I think that's a great baseball mentality if you can have it, is to have that short-term memory, but at the same time learn from your mistakes more or less and make that adjustment. He also got a mistake from Miranda and launched it, but you're referencing the back-to-back punch-outs in the first 2 ABs, but he doesn't let it fluster him and gets a mistake and hammers it.
I want to say that's at least the 2nd or 3rd time he's done that to a starter. There's a line drive into left field. That's a base hit. McCann will go to second. 5 consecutive Astros hits. Bregman picks on a fastball. He has his first hit of the night. So the 5 through 8 hitters who were 0 for 8 before this inning are now 4 for 4 this inning.
Piece of hitting. Bregman's going good. He's nice and compact. Watch how quickly he gets to that contact position and drives right through it. These Astro hitters are not fazed by guys that can bring fastballs in there at 95 plus. They like to hit the cheese.
3-run inning, 5 consecutive hits with 2 outs, and now Jake Marisnick already has a home run and a double in this game. At the plate. Fastball called strike on the outside corner. Tried to hold up, down in the count 0-2.
Back in the 3rd inning, mistake changeup left up out of the zone. Jake hammered it, and the way he's been going this year, he knew it right off the bat. So do the fans in the Crawford boxes. Another souvenir. That's 11 on the season for Jake Marisnick. A new career season high in home runs.
Inside and hits Marisnick on the 0-2 pitch. The bases will be loaded for George Springer. Springer will not face a lefty. With the crowd standing, they don't have to wait through a pitching change. And Scott Service is greeted by boos. But he has to go righty on righty here with the game on the line. Bases loaded and 2 outs. The 6th inning continues. When we come back, we'll tell you about the new Seattle pitcher.
5 here, but bases are loaded in the bottom of the 6th for the Astros. Time to play Name That Astro, presented by your local Honda dealer. We give you 3 clues. You're going to tweet us your best guess at ATT Sportsnet SW. Avon Calling, 2011, and Little League World Series are your 3 clues. Who is this Astro? Let us know. Plummer's probably already got it.
Give me a couple more seconds. I'm going to let it simmer and fester a little bit before I get this one out there.
Crowd has remained standing with the pitching change. The new pitcher for the Mariners is the right-hander Tony Zych.
Get a look at Zick's numbers, 3-2. That 2.17 ERA is nice. He's in a tough situation right here, though, with the bases juiced against George Springer. Zick can come at you with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It also has a slider.
Springer hit 3 grand slams in his career all last year. 1 in April, 1 in May, 1 in June. Astros have 4 grand slams on the season.
They're going to have to buy a new roof if he goes deep right here.
The crowd is standing in the 6th inning. That's that sweeping slider. Zych likes to throw it about 50% of the time to right-hand hitters. Sweeps this one wide, 2-0. No place to go with George Springer, and the bases full of Astros. McCann on 3rd, Bregman on 2nd, Marisnick on 1st. 3 runs in, 3 on, all coming with 2 outs in this inning. George has been the best in baseball all year with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. That's ball. 2-0. George mad he didn't swing, or mad that he thought that was a pitch up?
I think he thinks it was a pitch up. I'm assuming, because in a 2-0 count, George gets a fastball that he thinks he can handle. He's going to let it go.
Inside, 3-1.
The ability of Astro hitters to sit in a 2-1 count with the bases loaded, crowd on its feet, and lay off pitches like that is what I've found most impressive throughout the course of the season. Instead of taking the big swing, getting blown up, making an out, just put himself in a better spot to hit. More pressure on the pitcher.
Tried to hold up. He does walk with the bases loaded. Gives the Astros a 6-5 lead. 7 consecutive Astros reach base.
How about the ultimate respect from a pitcher to a hitter? Bases loaded, throwing a slider. That is not Zick's best pitch. He almost got the chase. Almost.
That check swing gives George his 63rd run batted in of the year. Here's Jose Altuve with the bases loaded. Strike 1. Altuve started this inning by hitting the ball hard, but at the shortstop, Gene Segura. Miranda was cruising along with a 5-2 lead in this inning. Sweeping slider for a called strike, 0-2. Swing and a miss. Zick gets Altuve to end the inning.
We'll put the glove to rest. Therefore, Beltran was thinking about hitting, get that first big home run from the right-hand side this year.
a 6-5 lead over the Mariners. Time to reveal the winner of our Chevy Stroh poll. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at ATT Sportsnet SW. We asked you how many AL West teams will make the playoffs this year. 72% of you say it's going to be one. Guessing they mean the Houston Astros.
Safe bet.
It would be, I mean, right now the 2 wildcard teams would come out of the AL East. Still plenty of baseball to go. We have 2.5 months to go, as Chris Davinsky will come out of the bullpen to pitch for the Astros in the 7th inning.
Pitched well in that Minnesota series. Pitched on the 16th, went an inning strong. Got a punch out. Got his 13th hold on 7 pitches.
Only needed 1 pitch to get Robinson Cano to start the 7th. Davinsky named to the All-Star team. One of 6 Astros, a franchise high. He had a chance to pitch an inning in Miami in that All-Star game.
I loved the sequence and the at-bat he had against Joey Votto. You know, a high on-base percentage guy, a guy who's a tough to punch out, period. But he went to that COD with that 3-2 count and got the punch out to Joey Votto. That was a fun AB to watch.
Yeah, the Astros pitchers the last couple of years have been in some big spots and come through in the All-Star game.
Yeah, Dallas Keuchel start in 2015. Will Harris finishes the game in San Diego, and then Chris Davinsky out there in Miami having a big inning against some tough hitters.
Well, Will got the big out with the bases loaded.
Yeah.
Amelis Diaz was the hitter for the Cardinals. Devo got through that inning. Perfect 8th inning, including that strikeout you talked about. Talk about a guy who he found out in Toronto too. It was great. The 0-2 pitch. It was the same day and right around the same time when Julia and Devo did their CN Tower tour. So
timing is everything.
Yeah, I mean, he was already sky high from the announcement of the All-Star game, and then he goes up to the top of the CN Tower.
Yeah, you thought you could get so high, he got even higher.
Congrats to Devo and all his fans watching behind home plate. And there's still a lot of potential for a giveaway in those Devo hats too.
Actually, I met the couple that started it right there in the front row. I talked to them about the Devo hats, and I got the full background as far as where they found them on Amazon.
Nelson Cruz has unloaded. This is deep, just under the train tracks, beyond the Crawford boxes, and Cruz hits his 20th home run of the year to tie this game at 6 apiece.
Devo throwing a lot of off speed early in the count, but that was a fastball tailing right back into the right-hander's swing. A mistake to Nelson Cruz usually gets hit hard. That one was.
Cruz with the most runs batted in the AL coming in, hits his 20th home run.
See the sequence. Fastball up out of the zone, that 4th pitch, but this one coming right back in at 94 miles an hour, and Nelson Cruz turns it around.
Saw McCann was set up outside, and that ball leaked back over the plate. Well, once again, we're tied. We were tied at 1, we were tied at 2, we were tied at 5, and now we're tied at 6. This ball hit pretty well in the center field, but Marisnik, who always gets a good jump, it seems, able to track it down off the bat of Kyle Seager for out number 2. With that home run by Nelson Cruz, giving him 20 for his 9th consecutive season. Ryan McCann knows what that feels like. That's an elite club, 20 home runs or more in 9 straight years.
Home runs are definitely elevated around Major League Baseball this year.
Cruz now with 15 RBIs his last 10 games. He and Nolan Arenado have the Major League lead coming in. It's a dangerous combo when you go Cano then Cruz. Here's Danny Valencia taking a pitch outside for a ball. Valencia's been on base with a double. He scored a run. He also knocked in a run and walked. Grounded into a fielder's choice. Officially 1 for 2. 4 different ties in this game. Valencia ahead 1 and 2. Bottom half of the 6th inning, the Astros scored 4, all with 2 outs and nobody on. What are the odds a team can score? The Astros can score 4 runs in an inning in which Jose Altuve makes 2 of the 3 outs.
Again, it gives you an idea of the depth, because that does not happen all that often.
I'm guessing that
if ever.
I was wondering if Jose's ever made 2 outs in an inning, because he's usually right in the middle of those long rallies. 1-2 pitch, called third strike, outside corner. Valencia doesn't like the call. Davinsky picks up a strikeout to end the 7th. 7th inning stretch time, tied at 6.
Astros and Mariners, and league leaders are going to be presented by Houston Methodist. We're going to look at the 2001 Mariners, who set a record with 116 wins. Right next to them, you're seeing the 2017 Astros. 66 wins through those 93 games for the Seattle Mariners. You can see the comparable batting averages, the ERA, a little bit different, but remember, as good as these numbers are, the OPS much higher for the Houston Astros, driving the ball out of the ballpark. But the thing to remember is, too, those Seattle Mariners, as good as they were, got knocked out in that first round against the New York Yankees.
Yeah, 116 wins and then losing in that playoff series to the Yankees, going down to the final game. But it's nice to be compared to a team with 116 wins, and also to be compared with those road numbers to the Yankees of the 30s.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They're on such an epic pace that we have to look back to the 1927s and 30s to see what these guys are doing.
And now runs in the month of July, they're on a pace that has never happened before.
That's beautiful.
With all Yankees teams involved, including the 27 Yankees.
But I think right now there's a lot of emphasis, especially with the trade deadline looming, is how do they push past that point if they happen to get into the playoffs.
I think that's a good call as Josh Reddick faces the lefty Mark Zepchinski to start the bottom half of the 7th inning. At this point, if you're the Astros, and you never take anything for granted, but 16.5 game lead with 70 to go, you are looking pretty good. So your focus now is how can we play our best ball in October? As much as you want to win every game between here and there, and you might, because this team is phenomenal, and they could stay on this pace where they win 2 out of every 3 games all the way through and end up with 108 or more wins. But you really want to try and shore up your team to be the best postseason team it can possibly be.
Yeah, and I think that's a job of the front office right now. Everybody in that dugout, including the coaching staff, the players, and everybody that works underneath there, their focus is on the day-to-day mission of going out there and doing the best they can to win each ball game from here on out. If you're sitting up there in an office right now and you've got computers and probabilities and analytics, you can look at matchups and say, how do we beat the Cleveland Indians? How do we beat the New York Yankees? And start trying to figure out how you match up against those guys. And if you see a weakness that you can go fill or take care of, which there are very few weaknesses on this Astros team, that's what you start exploring a little bit.
The Indians are really the only team that can say they have the Astros number this year. They've won 5 out of 6. The Astros are close to 500 with the Kansas City Royals, who played them tough. The Royals won the season series, but Kansas City will be battling for playoff spot certainly, but the Indians were the one team that really looked like they could hang with the Astros, and with their pitching did some damage against them this year.
No, I agree. And good pitching is going to compete against very good hitting. But at the same time, if you have the opportunity to really break down numbers and look at those games pitch by pitch by pitch, you can say, okay, this is where our weakness was against the Cleveland Indians. How do we address that issue? And maybe it is internally. I'm not saying they have to go out and make massive trades and create guys to go out there and win ball games. They've got plenty of offense, but how do they, do they feel that they can make that move or stay internally and have a guy inside the organization that can do it?
2-1 to count to Marwin Gonzalez. Marwin started that big rally with a double with 2 outs. Seemed innocuous at the time, but led to 7 consecutive hitters reaching base in a 4-run inning. Well, I always look at baseball as the best running reality show there is. It goes, 6 months plus spring training, and the characters change at times. And right now you have a cast of characters that's the best that's ever been in Astros history, and you want to make sure you add whatever you may add to that in the next 2 weeks that'll propel them to their best opportunity to win in October. And you don't want to take for granted what this offense has done this year.
I think that is the statement of the year right there, is you don't want to take this for granted. These guys are obviously performing very well, but they're also performing above what they've done before. Not to say they can't do it further on in their career, but up to this point, these guys are performing better than we've ever seen them perform. So you want to maximize the opportunity you have with this offense.
They are leading in every single category that matters. Not just in the American League, but in Major League Baseball. 2-2 pitch is sent in the air to right field. Gamble is there. And that's out number 2.
And you got to remember, you're going to get a Dallas Keuchel back. You're going to get Colin McHugh back, hopefully.
Sounds like, according to Julia, could be as early as the first leg of the next road trip.
Which would be awesome to see.
And Dallas pitched well tonight. 3 innings of shutout baseball for Corpus Christi. Here's Yuli Gurriel. There's Colin. You can see him back in an Astros uniform, and hopefully he'll be activated before the week is out.
As excited as we are, there's probably nobody more excited than Colin McHugh to be back in a big league uniform. Hopefully.
I mean, there is, you see Colin around, and he's always a good guy to talk to. He's always in a great mood, but there is something different when you spend that length of time on the DL. He still feels a part of the team, but he hasn't been able to contribute to this incredible season so far. Ground ball slowly hit towards short. Gurriel is giving it a run down the line. Segura almost took too much time in getting the ball over, but he did just in time to get Yuli. We're through 7, tied at 6.
Tied at 6. And it is time to name that Astro. This is presented by your local Honda dealer. These were your 3 clues. Thank you for your tweets at ATT Sports Net SW. It's going to be George Springer. Blummer, did you even get this?
No, I did
really?
not. I whiffed on it.
There he is, George Springer. To name that Astro.
His father, George, played in the Little League World Series. There we go.
Tough one tonight.
It was.
Did fans get a lot of the correct guesses, Julie?
I didn't really get to check all that much.
Mine were all over the map.
Yeah. I was trying to think of how many actually said Springer. We enjoy the guesses, though. Keep them coming.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if they're not correct, we enjoy those too.
Looking through, there's a couple Springers. Tough clue today. That was a good one. All right, so here we go. 8th inning baseball. New pitcher on for the Astros. Chris Davinsky pitched the 7th. Michael Feliz pitched the 6th. And here's Luke Gregerson on in the 8th as he will face Gerard Dyson, Guillermo Heredia, and Mike Zunino. Luke ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dyson is 0 for 2. He has walked and scored a run. Also, he has struck out and grounded out. Astros' 2 leads in this game have been 1-run leads, 2-1 and 6-5. Both teams back and forth. Foul out of play, stays 1-2. Luke last pitched in Friday night's game against the Twins, scoreless 8th inning. Walked a couple, struck out a couple. Pitching better lately. Bounces up there, it's 2-2. Take it back a couple of months, plus some, all the way back to May 9th. It's been a 1.54 ERA. In 2 months plus. Luke gave up some runs early, especially here at home, but has been better as the season has gone along.
He's been racking up the appearances too to get that done.
Gregerson off the mound in a hurry and underhands it to Yuli Gurriel for the first out in the 8th inning. And no Will Harris on the active roster. He went on the DL coming out of the All-Star break. So Luke probably more of the 8th inning guy now, or towards the back end of the game where Will Harris had been. Guillermo Heredia is the batter. He is 0 for 3. Both teams with 6 runs, both teams with 8 hits. Carlos Beltran, a 2-run home run to tie this game in the 6th. And Nelson Cruz came back with a solo home run of his own to tie the game in the 7th. Luke ahead of the count 0-2 as Heredia play. Cechek starting to warm up in the Mariners bullpen. He would pitch for a 3rd straight day. They've had a few guys in their bullpen who have pitched 3 consecutive days, namely their closer and their setup man, Edwin Diaz and Nick Vincent. Heredia does not offer at that pitch. 1-2. Luke not afraid, even at 0-2, if he goes to 1-2, to throw that slider again and see if he gets a chase. Does not get the chase there. It's 2-2. Nick Vincent is up and throwing in the Seattle bullpen. This is a stretch of the season where The Mariners are putting it all on the line. I mean, Nick Vincent's a guy who may pitch in his 4th consecutive game. Cechek's gone 24 pitches the last 2 games, and he's warming up. Foul tip. Strikeout number 1 for Gregerson, out number 2 in the 8th inning.
It's good to see Luke pitching effectively and locating well, too. Wonder where he's trying to attack Heredia, maybe down and away. Good movement on that sinker. So much of it trying to cut away with that slider, and that one finally sneaks back over that outside corner. Nicely done.
Here's Mike Zunino. Zunino a 2-run double with 2 outs in the 4th inning, giving the Mariners a 4-2 lead at that point. Saw Luke with the advantage in the head-to-head matchup, swinging a miss, strike 1. Looking ahead to the Astros 8th inning, Carlos Beltran will lead things off, followed by Brian McCann and Alex Bregman. That's the difference right now between the 2 teams. If A.J. Hinch, with a 16.5-game lead, had a guy pitch 2 games in a row where he had extended pitches like Cechek, although he is a side armor, or a guy like Vincent who had pitched 3 games in a row, they would almost definitely be down, because there's no reason to use them in this situation. Zunino hits one high in the air, deep to left field. Reddick gives it a look, and this ball is on the tracks and gone. Long home run, Mike Zunino. His 13th home run of the year, and that gives Seattle the lead once again at 7-6.
That Zunino guy again this year. That slider didn't break all that much, just kind of flattened out up in the zone. That big uppercut from Zunino ran right into it.
Gene Segura takes a pitch for a ball. Astros will have to come back again. They've done so down 1-0 tonight, down 5-2 tonight. Now they're down 7-6. One and 2 the count. Zunino's previous 6 at-bats against Luke, he had struck out 4 times. Hit a ground out and a fly out the other 2. So Luke had his number until that swing on the slider up in the zone. On the ground, Altuve gets a big hop. Will make the play for the final out. The Mariners take the lead once again. Solo home run by Zunino makes it 7-6.
after a couple of outs. Marwin Gonzalez dropping that double in, being driven in with the 2-out RBI from Yuli Gurriel. Things looking to continue with Carlos Beltran on the first home run from the right-handed side for the young man. Brian McCann continued it after a pitching change with Pazos coming in. Alex Bregman with a bullet into left field. Risnick not quick enough to get out of the way, but that led to a bases-loaded walk on the check swing for George Springer. That is where it stopped. 4 runs in that 6th inning. The Astros scored late because of the depth of their lineup. They're looking to try and continue it here with the new pitcher, Nick Vincent, coming in for the Seattle Mariners.
Nick Vincent has pitched now in every game coming out of the All-Star break for Seattle, appearing in his 4th straight game. No off days in between. Pitching all 3 games over the weekend against the White Sox. And we'll get the ball here facing Carlos Beltran. Astros down 7-6. And a called strike to Beltran, who hit his first home run of the year right-handed his last time up. It was a 2-run home run that tied the game at 5. Astros will go on to take the lead in that inning 6-5, but a couple of solo home runs. One tied the game off the bat of Nelson Cruz, and one gave him the lead off the bat of Mike Zunino in the 7th and 8th innings, respectively. That's where we are, bottom half of the 8th. Astros down 7-6. Beltran takes the 0-2 pitch inside. It's 1-2.
It's a pretty good look at that cutter from Nick Vincent. Also has a fastball. Doesn't throw very hard, averaging 90 miles an hour on that fastball, but he throws 4 pitches at you, trying to keep the hitter off balance.
He has the highest chase percentage out of the bullpen, but the lowest whiff percentage. So a cutter will get people to chase maybe out of the zone and do soft contact. Not getting a lot of swings and misses on those chases, but he is getting people to leave the zone with pitches that are pitchers' pitches ahead of the count. His first pitch strike percentage gets him ahead of the count. That pitch inside, no chase by Carlos. It's 2-2. Hit hard to right field, and Beltran's going to be on. One hop off the wall, played nicely by Gamble. That'll hold Beltran to a single. Home run and a single. The last 2 at bats for Carlos Beltran. He represents a tie game in the 8th inning.
Good piece of hitting. That cutter can be effective when it's around the waist because you can tie up the hitter, but when you throw it down in the zone like that, you can see Carlos Beltran dropping the barrel on it. It's a little bit easier to get to that pitch when it's middle down.
Beltran a home run right-handed and a line drive single on one hop off the wall left-handed. Here's Brian McCann. Vincent pitching in the 4th consecutive game for Seattle. Runner on first base and a 1-0 count to McCann. Inside 2-0.
Vincent, like Todd said, pitching in that 4th straight day. That is a lot to ask of a relief pitcher. Thrown 46 pitches in the last 4 days. There's a lot of getting hot in the bullpen and then coming in. You're just hoping that his arm gives up a couple of mistakes to the Astros.
McCann throws the bat and fouls one out of play.
Well, you're taught to throw the head, but not the entire bat. 7th inning on, the Houston Astros, we know, are prodigious in putting up runs. 194, first in Major League Baseball. Mariners, not so much. 44 home runs from the 7th inning on. It's a big number. They're still 3rd in Major League Baseball. All that matters are those runs.
Broken bat, foul ball. 2-2 on McCann. Ryan, part of that 4-run 6th inning. Singleton scored a run. He scored the go-ahead run when George Springer walked with the bases loaded. Into right center field, falling quickly. That's a base hit. Beltran to second. McCann and Beltran back-to-back hits to start the bottom half of the 8th inning, down 1.
Take that ball. Exit velo can look good on some of the stats, but you'd rather have those hits pile up. You see in the lower right, close and late. All those numbers lead Major League Baseball average on base percentage slugging.
One of the fewest strikeouts all year. Also close and late situations. Carlos Beltran is going to leave the game for a pinch runner. Orioles, with that run representing a tie game, will come into pinch run. The Mariners are pinching at the corners, thinking Bregman might be bunting. He's not bunting. Base hit center field. Aoki will be held up. The bases will be loaded with nobody out.
Bunt? We don't bunt. We're here to swing. Nice piece of hitting. How about staying on that baseball? That was a great shot of watching Alex Bregman's eyes recognize the pitch and then stay on it up the middle. That was very nicely done.
I think if you have two faster runners on, you can at least think about a bunt. But with McCann being the runner on first base, there is that possibility you could bunt into a double play.
I agree with you.
And the Astros don't bunt much anyhow. Why would you with this offense?
Especially after the numbers we keep showing on the screen and how these guys go out and get some hits.
Mel Stoudemire Jr. out to talk to Vincent. You know Mel went up to him, and so did the manager, Scott Service, and say before the game, hey, you've gone 3 in a row. Do you have anything today? This is a huge series for the Mariners. They're not going to try and say, hey, if we win all 3 or win 2 out of 3, we can catch the Astros necessarily. But they want to make a push before this trade deadline to see if they're in this thing.
No, I completely agree. Yeah, it's a complete different attitude as opposed to the Astros, who have that comfortable lead, going out there with nothing to lose and just keep putting up hits and trying to put up numbers that everybody's going to talk about for years to come. But you're right in the sense that the Seattle Mariners are playing for now. This is their 7th game.
And Nick Vincent has the bases loaded, nobody out. Outside and low, ball 1.
Also important to note, it doesn't look like there's anybody getting loose out there in that Seattle Mariner bullpen either. So this is on Nick Vincent.
Hasn't been high pitch counts in those 3 games. 13 on Friday, 8 on Saturday, but 16 yesterday. But it's getting 4 straight days in a row. Gets that one by Jacobs, 1-1. That's when you said that. Steve Cishek ran to the mound to start warming up.
Notice that too. He was on a dead sprint.
Aoki on 3rd. McCann the go-ahead run on 2nd. Bregman on 1st. Nobody out, bottom of the 8th.
Just missed that one. Good swings from Jake today. Slugging percentage going up with the home run in his first AB, double in the second AB. Looking to keep his night perfect.
Outside, 2-2. wondering, Jake has never hit a grand slam. Tried to hold up, but he fouled it back accidentally. It's 2-2. Leadoff single by Carlos Beltran. He was replaced by Norioki as a pinch runner. Ryan McCann singled into right center field. Alex Bregman singled into center. Nick Vincent, working on his 4th straight game, has already thrown 17 pitches without an out. And he gets Marisnik. Big out for the Mariners and for Nick Vincent. Out number 1 in the bottom of the 8th. Scott Service comes out to the mound. George Springer will see a new pitcher. He will see the side armor, Steve Cishek. Springer will bat with the bases loaded for the 2nd consecutive time. We'll tell you about the new Mariners reliever when we come back. At Minute Maid Park, Mariners leading 7-6, but the Astros have the bases loaded with 1 out. George Springer will bat with the bases full for the 2nd consecutive time. Last time they made a pitching change prior to Springer batting, and this time it'll be a new pitcher as well. The side-arming right-hander Steve Cishek takes over.
The 2nd opportunity for George to hit with the bases loaded. But Cishek has pitched back-to-back days. He's thrown a couple more pitches. 24 in both outings, so 48 pitches in the last 2 outings that he's had. You see the numbers right around that whip. I mean, the whip right around 1 is a very good thing, and the reason he's in there right now is because of that opponent batting average at $197. Does have that sidearm delivery, tough to pick up for right-handed hitters.
He's about 50-50 with his sinker and his slider against righties. He gets the 2 strikes. He goes heavy with the slider. Here's Springer facing him for the 2nd time in his career. Inside, ball 1. George drew a walk with the bases loaded last time up. Give the Astros a 6-5 lead. Drive center field. Aoki will tag. Dyson makes the catch. Aoki will score. And we have a tie game once again. This game has been tied 5 different times at 7-7.
Nice piece of hitting by George, too. That ball was smoked. A little too much of a line drive. But stays on it nicely. You see that front side, that left hip, that left shoulder staying closed until recognition. Lets it get deep and drives it up the middle. Again, I talk about it consistently with a guy at 3rd base. You're looking for something you can drive to the outfield, and George did just that.
many pitchers have hung the collar on Jose Altuve in his career with at least 7 at-bats, but Steve Cishek can claim that. Cishek has 0 for 7 against Altuve. Ground ball left side. Seager will make the play to second, and that'll do it. We're tied again. After 8, it is 7-7 heading to inning number 9. On AT&T Sportsnet is presented by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by Toyota. Oh, let's go places. On we go to the 9th inning of this game. This has been a wild one. Mariners led 1-0. Astros tied it. Astros led 2-1. Mariners tied it. Mariners led 5-2. Astros tied it. Astros led 6-5. Mariners tied it. Mariners led 7-6. Astros tied it. Here we go to the 9th.
Just will not go away, will they? Either team.
Unbelievable. New pitcher, Ken Giles.
Let's go look at Ken Giles' numbers. Last time we saw Ken Giles was the other day when he picked up that 20th save, throwing 22 pitches. Had to earn it. Pitched an inning, gave up a hit, earned run. Oddly enough, didn't punch anybody out in that ball game.
Well, he will face the meat of the Seattle lineup, 2, 3, and 4. Ben Gamble, Robinson Cano, Nelson Cruz. And a fastball for a strike, 0-1.
It's been a little bit of a gift for Ken Giles to start off this AB. He could use the confidence of throwing strikes early against these Mariner hitters.
Gamble struck out 3 times, also singled, stolen a base, and walked. Hooking one deep down the right field line. This ball is foul. Whew. Deep enough for a home run. Foul by about 10 feet or so.
Got a little quick on that slider. Not crushed, but definitely deep enough here at Minute Maid Park to create some panic.
Just missed, 1 and 2.
Similar to the first strike called. See our strike zone on the lower right. Just a little bit above the first strike.
third, swing and a miss. McCann will have to make the throw to first, which he does on the money. Strikeout of Ben Gamble. Fourth time he has struck out tonight. He's the first out in the ninth.
It's a rough night. Have those if you're facing a guy like Lance McCullers to start the ball game, and then having to face the closer Ken Giles. Both those guys have strikeout potential.
Robinson Cano will bat. Cano reached on an error his first time. Also has struck out, walked, and flied to center. Giles ahead 0-1. Giles trying to keep this game tied at 7 and give the Astros a chance to walk it off in the bottom half. Josh Reddick, Marwin Gonzalez, and Yuli Gurriel are due up. Outside 1-1. To the count. Ground foul, stays 2-2. Giles comes in to pitch the ninth. Luke Gregerson pitched the eighth, allowing a solo home run. Mike Zunino. Stavinsky pitched the seventh. He allowed a solo home run to Nelson Cruz. Michael Feliz pitched a scoreless sixth. See Edwin Diaz warming up. Giovanni Gallardo was warming up earlier in this inning.
Yeah, I get the Giovanni Gallardo, and I know that if the Mariners take a lead, that's why Diaz is up. He is their closer. But man, that is taxing on a closer. That would be his fourth straight day.
Risnick makes the play for out number 2. Not only would it be his fourth straight day, but his pitch count not as efficient as Vincent. We mentioned Vincent, fourth straight day, had gone 13, 8, and 16. Diaz has gone 13, 26, and 12. Throws the pitches in that 3-game weekend series against the White Sox. Here's Nelson Cruz. Big guns in the back end of the bullpen. Yes, they came out of an all-star break rested, but they have been used a lot since. Cruz swings through the slider, 0-1. Diaz on the right side of your screen. Gallardo, who had been a starter, go multiple innings on the left side of your screen. Diaz a 23-year-old closer. Gallardo a 31-year-old. Good slider taken for strike 2. way out in front of the plate. 2-2.
Good take by Cruz.
Little meeting between McCann and Ken Giles.
That was maybe Brian McCann saying, please don't do that to me ever again.
I like my shoulder.
Yeah, right where it is. I like that neutral tone, color tone, skin tone. Don't like having that purple hue to it. Gosh. Things catchers do. They definitely sacrifice themselves for the greater good of those pitchers.
On the ground, Bregman. Giles has a 1-2-3 top of the ninth. Astros a chance to walk it off with Josh Reddick, Marwin Gonzalez, and Yuli Gurriel. The ninth inning, Astros will have their 3, 4, and 5 hitters due up against Giovanni Gallardo.
So Giovanni Gallardo is that long man for the Seattle Mariners here in this tie ball game, making an appearance in the ninth inning. 14 starts on the season, just made the move to the bullpen. His ERA in relief is much better than it has been as a starter. He's allowed 11 home runs. Quite a few walks mixed in there. Not going to overwhelm you. He averages 92 miles an hour on that fastball. Also has a changeup, curveball, and a slider. Throws that slider pretty hard, around 89, 90 miles an hour.
Has not pitched since the All-Star break. In fact, the last time Gallardo pitched was back on July 6th, which was the last day Lance McCullers Jr. pitched before tonight, so Gallardo working on the same 10 days rest. Josh Reddick sees the ball well out of the hand of Gallardo. He has been on base 6 of the last 8 times he has faced this right-hander. 4 for 6 with a couple of walks. Takes one inside for a ball, 1-0. Astros had 2 walk-off victories in the first homestand of the year. None since. 2-0. They walked off the final game against Seattle on April the 5th when George Springer hit a 3-run home run. Evan Gattis ended that homestand with a walk-off walk against Kansas City. There's a ball ripped, and it is a fair ball down the line. Reddick digging for second base. He will get there with a leadoff double in the bottom of the ninth.
Josh Reddick can just flat out be mean to baseball sometimes. Taking out some of that aggression from lining out his last AB right here on Giovanni Gallardo to lead off this ninth inning. They're trying to get in on the hands of Josh Reddick, but man, he pulls those hands in nicely, gets the barrel on it, and turbo hooks that thing into right field. gonna lie, I thoroughly enjoy watching this guy play the game. He's aggressive, he's intense, he's borderline out of control, but he makes it happen.
Hard not to love him. He is a grinder for sure. Here's Marwin Gonzalez. Marwin officially 1 for 2 since entering the game, replacing Carlos Correa, who left with a jammed left thumb. Down and in, all one.
It's a pretty unique spot because as a left-handed hitter, you're looking to obviously drive the runner in. I know that Marwin Gonzalez is thinking that. He's very good with runners in scoring position. But at the same time, as a left-handed hitter, you're looking to try and yank something, that's okay. You can make a good hard out to the right side of the field and possibly move Reddick into third base with less than 2 outs.
Out in front of that, it's 1-1.
I think he was trying to hit a 2-run dinger to win this inning. Interesting that Danny Valencia is playing in shallow. I know that the reason for doing that is anticipating the possible bunt. But that just allows Marwin Gonzalez to hit an absolute rocket by you in a hurry, and this game's over.
The only time all season long the Astros had a chance to go under 500 was in Game 9 of the season when the Mariners and Giovanni Gallardo had a 5-run lead. Ball and strike. Marwin doesn't like it. Astros would come all the way back to win that game 7-5.
That's that slider slash cutter that Gallardo comes after you with. Talk about exit velo all the time. Josh Reddick smashed that ball in the right field corner at 109.7 miles an hour.
1-2 pitch in the dirt. 2-2. Marwin at this point, you're right, just thinking about making contact, getting that runner over to third base. Anything beyond that is a bonus. On the ground. Diving stop by Segura. He makes the play to first. Unbelievable defensive play. Somehow, Segura made that play to get Gonzalez at first.
First base umpire better realize that Marwin Gonzalez is not mad at the call. He's mad at the play. There's just no room for Marwin to get tossed out of this game. That's why you're seeing AJ over there so quickly. But here's a replay of that phenomenal play by Gene Segura. Throw it back across his body and somehow getting a play. Pretty heady play by Josh Reddick advancing. Marwin Gonzalez is just frustrated that he didn't get the game-winning hit. This has nothing to do with the first base umpire.
There was incredible English on that play, too.
Yeah.
That ball spun and really dived back towards second base. They're going to intentionally walk Yuli Gurriel and pitch to Nori Oki. Oki is in that designated hitter spot. He came on as a pinch runner for Carlos Beltran.
Oki has some decent wheels, so I mean, doubling him up is not assumed. But going back to that play at first base with the umpire going after Marwin Gonzalez, understand the situation. Marwin threw his helmet out of disgust to the great play Gene Segura just made. It had nothing to do with the call from the first base umpire.
AJ Hinch just said something to Jose Altuve to translate and make sure the exact translation was given to Yuli Gurriel. It is a first and third one-out situation. Nori handles the bat well. You could think about the first and third bunt play here.
Absolutely. You got great wheels and a smart base runner in Josh Reddick at third base. I think you're right on. That's a great call.
Pinch went to the middle of the dugout to talk to Jose Altuve, who then relayed whatever AJ said, so there would be nothing lost in translation to Yuli Gurriel.
And it might be you're meaningless. Don't get picked off. Get a good jump, try and break up the double play, but you're meaningless. Everything matters at third base right now.
Altuve is so excited he is out of the dugout, cheering on his team. He cannot contain himself. First and third, one out. Middle of the infield is halfway. Bluff of a go by Gurriel and a called strike to Aoki. Aoki is...
Sorry, I know they're holding on Yuli just to keep him close as far as the double play is concerned. But that opens up a wide open hole down the right field, or down the right side for Aoki.
There goes the runner. The pitch is a strike. And now runners on second and third. And an 0-2 count to Nori Aoki.
And that was kind of the sensation. I didn't mean to cut you off. Kind of the sensation I was talking about, or feeling, is the sense that they weren't concerned about Yuli at first base either. But I was curious if they were going to continue to hold him on just to keep him close in case they had the opportunity to turn the double play. So now the double play is out of it, bringing that infield in.
1 for 2 with a double in his career against Gallardo. One and two. This game has been tied 5 different times. Astros looking for their first walk-off win since April 9th. 2-2.
It's a good way to get your heart rate back. I mean, it's kind of elevated, isn't it? Your first game back, just go ahead and feel it.
It's been a fun game.
And I think the best part about it is that there is no give whatsoever from this Houston Astros offense. The offense gets frustrated if the bullpen gives up a run, or if the starter doesn't do what he's supposed to do. These guys just continue to go out, compete, put together at bats, and ignore the heck out of opposing pitching.
On the ground, here comes Reddick. Segura's throw is going to be in time. Reddick is out. Gurriel to third. Astros with the contact play on, and Reddick gunned down with the infield in.
Last guy you want to hit it to is to that guy at short. He just made a phenomenal play earlier on Marwin Gonzalez. But the infield in with one out. The contact play, like Todd is talking about, is on primarily with one out.
Ryan McCann will be intentionally walked. Yuli Gurriel almost got too late of a start to advance to third, but with the tag play at the plate, that allowed Yuli to get into third. Now the bases will be loaded. Alex Bregman will face Yovani Gallardo.
Some good swings out of Alex Bregman. How about the bottom portion of this order, trying to pick up the Houston Astros?
Bregman is looking for his first career hit against Gallardo. He is 0 for 7. Has walked a couple of times. Trying to hold up and does. 1-0. Gurriel is the only runner that matters on third base. 7-7, bottom of the ninth, 2 outs. Bases are loaded. There's a strike. 5 through 8 had struggled the first couple times through the lineup, but now 5 through 8 picking it up. Bregman with a couple of hits his last 2 times. McCann's been on base 3 straight times. Outside, 2-1. Altuve's ready to go. If this game ends, he will be the first one out there. Ground ball towards the hole. Segura with the play to second in time. Unbelievable defense that inning to save the game by Gene Segura. Wow. 2 phenomenal plays keep the Astros tied and headed to extra innings. Tonight, as we head to the 10th inning, we have had ties at 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7. 5 different ties tonight. Carlos Beltran tied the game with his first home run as a right-hand hitter. Carlos Correa left the game with a jammed thumb. Jake Marisnick has a home run and a double. Has been on base 3 times tonight. The Mariners have used 6 relievers. How about the play to end the bottom of the 9th?
Borderline unbelievable, but there's a couple of things playing into this. Previous to that Bregman at bat, Brian McCann was intentionally walked, and he was the runner at first base. The athleticism by Segura, but also the awareness to be able to pop up and throw a bullet to second base to get McCann just by a step.
That is how close we were to ending this game. Instead, we go into extra innings. And the Astros go to a new pitcher once again, Tony Sipp.
Tony pitched well a couple of days ago. Pitched an inning, had a couple of punch outs, throwing 21 pitches.
Well, Kyle Seager will be the first batter that Sipp bases. Fouls one back. 0-1. Feels like a while since we've had an extra inning game.
It really does.
Astros had 2 in the first homestand. Those were the 2 walk-offs. The Evan Gattis walk-off walk and the George Springer walk-off 3-run home run. Seager is 2 for 4. A couple of singles. Scored a run. They also had an extra inning game to end the series at Tropicana Field in Tampa Bay. And to start the series against the Angels in Anaheim. So they have not had an extra inning game since that Anaheim game, which was on May 5th, Cinco de Mayo.
How about that? It's going back a ways.
It's been almost 2.5 months since the Astros played more than 9 innings. Extra innings have been kind to Houston this year. So has every number you can throw out. 1-2 the count. Zip ahead of Seager, and Seager sends one high and deep to right field, all the way back to the wall. And this ball is gone. Kyle Seager hits a solo home run against Tony Sipp. And the Mariners have taken the lead once again. It's 8-7.
Set up some late inning dramatics. Third home run on the night for the Seattle Mariners. Off speed and up out over the plate, allows the left-handed hitter to get extended.
Here's Danny Valencia. Solo home run has been big for the Mariners. It tied the game at 6, gave them the lead 7-6, and now it gives them the lead 8-7. Counts 1-1. That ball struck well, and that ball is a rocket out of here. That left in a hurry. Danny Valencia hits the 4th home run in the last 4 innings for Seattle, and they now lead 9-7. First time an opponent's hit back-to-back home runs against the Astros since the Royals did it back on April 8th. Rod Dyson, the batter. He's around the bunt, takes a called strike. Solo home run in the 7th by Nelson Cruz. Solo home run in the 8th by Mike Zunino. And back-to-back solo home runs in the 10th by Seager and Valencia. It's 9-7.
Seager's home run left his bat at 96 miles an hour at an estimated 388 feet. Danny Valencia's 113 miles an hour off the bat. Estimated 431. There's only a 17-degree launch angle on that.
That's
a laser.
That was still rising, I think, when it went through the little uprights there in left center field.
Knock our new logo down.
Pretty close to doing so. 1-2 the count to Dyson. This Astros team came oh so close to winning this game in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Here's a fly ball on the right. Springer puts it away for out number 1. Marwin Gonzalez retired on a great play by Segura. And then with the bases loaded and 2 outs, Alex Bregman hit one in the hole, and Segura got the forced play at second. This is one of those games where the Mariners have made great plays to stay in this game and hit a lot of home runs late, 4 in the last 4 innings. You mentioned it before. This is a time of desperation for the Mariners. They are reacting with some of these home runs like they are trying to reach the wild card spot in the playoffs. They know that they need every game leading into the All-Star break, and they're in a big 10-game stretch here. They are potentially going to use their closer, Edwin Diaz, who was up earlier in the 4th straight game. We saw Nick Vincent used in the 4th straight game. Steve Cishek was used after throwing 24 pitches in back-to-back games. They're going all out tonight.
To make it tomorrow that much more interesting. next 2 games that much more interesting, actually.
Tomorrow they're going with a young right-hander, Sam Gaviglio, against Brad Peacock. 1-2 the count to Heredia. Valencia hits his 11th home run behind Seager's 13th. Stays 1-2. Not only did Segura make the two great defensive plays, he also threw out a runner at home plate.
Yeah, it was all his inning right there.
That was a fairly routine play by comparison, but all were huge in keeping this game tied. On the ground foul, stays 1-2. Astros need a comeback to keep their extra inning record perfect this year. They are 4-0 on the year. Pop up. Marwin, Josh Reddick. It's the shortstop who calls off the left fielder for out number 2. If you're peeking ahead, the Astros will have Jake Marisnick to lead off, and then the top of the order, Springer, Altuve, Reddick in the 10th. First, Sip has to get through Mike Zunino. He hit a home run his last time up. Seattle came in with 107 home runs. Somewhere around the middle of the pack, just below the middle of the pack. There's 2 teams that still haven't hit 100 home runs yet on the year in the American League. The Red Sox are at 94. They have the fewest home runs in the AL, and then the Angels have 98 before tonight. 1-2 the count. And Sip gets the last 3 outs after a couple of solo home runs, picking up a strikeout to end the 10th. The Mariners have regained the lead once again. Astros will bat down 2. It's 9-7. And busy man since the All-Star break is Edwin Diaz.
Yeah, you ain't lying. This month alone, 4 of 4 with the saves, 1.17 ERA in this month. But he has pitched a lot. The last 3 games he has gone out there, he has thrown 51 pitches, asking to be pitching in his 4th straight game. That right arm is electric. When it is fresh, it's throwing 97.5 miles an hour consistently with a slider. It'll be interesting to see what the velocity is tonight.
The thing with Diaz that can be frustrating for Scott Service is occasional wildness. Out of all the guys coming out of the bullpen, he has the lowest first pitch strike percentage at 55.6. Astros will be patient, down 2. They need to get a runner on to have a shot at the tying run at the plate. Jake Marisnik's been on base 3 times tonight, and Diaz starts out with a strike. Diaz saved the games Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, looking for a save here on the 4th consecutive day. Misses at 95, 1-1. That was 97, and Jake down in the count 1-2. Diaz likes to go to the slider, especially with 2 strikes, and especially against right-hand hitters. And when missed inside, it's 2-2. Jake, George Springer, Jose Altuve. If it gets further than that, Josh Reddick and Marwin Gonzalez. That's who's due up, bottom of the 10. Out of play.
Kind of saw the fatigue set in against Vincent. Had his issues when he was in this ball game for the Seattle Mariners. We talked. I just said the velocity might be an issue with Edwin Diaz having pitched so many days in a row. That slider could also flatten out, maybe flutter out over the plate, become a mistake. That one stayed up a little bit.
You rarely see pitchers pick up 4 saves in 4 days. That's asking a lot, even though they're coming out the All-Star break. Foul tip caught by Zunino, and Jake a strikeout victim for out number 1 at the bottom of the 10. Ball 1. George has batted the last 2 times with the bases loaded. He walked to make it a 6-5 game. And then hit a sacrifice fly that tied the game. On the ground, Segura, who's been money defensively, makes the play for out number 2. How often do you see the star of the game win a game with his glove? Certainly he got help with his teammates from solo home runs, but Segura's glove got this game in extra innings.
You can say he's been money short, but I'd say he's been a little bit of a jerk. Taking some tough hits, tough plays to get these Astros, man. It's unbelievable. You always talk so much about offense doing the damage. It's been the glove for Segura that's done the damage against the Astros. It's okay if I'm a little annoyed with him, right?
Yeah, I would be too.
Impressed and annoyed at the same time.
Now Altuve batting for the 6th time has a base hit. That came back in the 1st inning about almost 4 hours ago. There's a strike, 1-1. Had 2 great plays plus a throw out at home plate. Segura responsible for all 3 outs in the bottom half of the ninth inning.
Be an extra shipment of ice into that Mariners clubhouse. Ooh.
We thought Vincent and Diaz might be down today. Cishek, the same thing. Those guys, you would think, have to be down tomorrow. Well, this is a critical spot in the Mariners season. Diaz just finishes off the game by striking out Altuve. So a fourth save in 4 games coming out of the All-Star break for Edwin Diaz. Double solo home runs. Kyle Seager, Danny Valencia, and the glove of that guy, Gene Segura, saved everything in the bottom half of the ninth inning, and the Mariners win the first game of this 3-game series, 9-7.
It's an exciting game all the way around, an exciting day for Carlos Beltran, who is a player of the game, and it's brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. 2 for 4. And he gets off the schneid on the right-handed side by hitting that home run off of Ariel Miranda. Backed it up with a bullet base hit off the right field wall. Second half so far has been nice to the swing of Carlos Beltran.
So the Mariners, with 4 home runs in the last 4 innings, win it in 10, 9-7. Plenty to follow, including the postgame show coming up next.